Hello, everyone. Alrighty, it's Friday. That means we're dealing with NIM as always. And today's the big day because we're actually going to use CBOR to connect to the database to get data from the database. And we'll start basically converting all our queries that currently are using JSON to utilize CBOR. And please bear with me this time because I will be trying to use the Vim mode in VS Code. I was learning a little bit today. I'm kind of forcing myself to keep using it so that I'm getting faster at it. And it might be a little bit painful to watch because, it's my first day of using it. Not even 24 hours yet. So just please bear with me. So let me roughly show you around what is happening and let's look at things, all right? So we have our main SurrealDB.nim. This is a file that I'm using currently for testing to just run the file to start, connecting and sending queries. So I needed to make some changes behind the scenes to, instead of storing JSON and expecting JSON, it'll be serial values because that's what we use to serialize and deserialize. I plugged all that in. It was actually surprisingly easy. And then we have our use and sign in defined. I will comment out the create response for now because this is what we will be tackling today. And this, when I save it, and I'll go and run task as the current file, it should succeed. So what happened here? First thing, of course, we connected, right? So we have connecting to SurrealDB. Can probably make it a little bit larger so it's easier to read on stream. So we have connected to the SurrealDB and connected. The thing that's different here is that if it's gonna find it, okay, you can see that now it actually adds the when we can use new WebSocket, we also add the CBOR protocol, and that magically makes SurrealDB to switch from JSON to CBOR. I think in 2.0 and higher, or at some point, it's actually required now to specify if you're using CBOR or JSON, so you can just skip it. So that's what happened here. We deferred the disconnect for later, and then what? We create our namespaces, and we simply use them. Use those two namespaces. And you can see that I'm logging a response from the database here. So we send it out, and as a response when awaiting, we got our response. This is just binary straight up into a string, so we can see that we have some bytes here. We have ID, 1, result, and nothing here, because we're getting result none. But just in case, we can see that we got a specific set of bytes. We were able to decipher that this is a serial object, and even when printed out, that serial object, it properly serializes into string ID as in key value with value 1 as a string because it's in those funny brackets, and result is literally the value none, which means we properly decoded the non-value that is, SurrealDB-specific CBOR tag. And then we also send the sign in, which again provides just some values. In the background, it actually packs it into, array of a map and a bunch of other stuff. And we got a way longer response. This is because we got after all the deserializations, we basically got a token, which is this long string. So that's awesome. We actually got proper responses. One was none, one was actual string being returned, and it all properly serializes to and from, serial values through the CBOR protocol. So that makes me very excited. And the first problem that we'll need to solve today is that when I go to, let's say uncomment the next thing to test, which is the create query. So the create query basically expects us to specify what we want to create, right? In this case, we're creating record from a string. I don't think I have that functionality right in there right now, because I just want to first, before we get into how to serialize and deserialize and probably properly understand this, I would like to, have things working. So we would need to make it into a proper record. And then is another thing. We need to provide a list of basically parameters, like name is, in this case, Ben, but it should be, a string serial value. And then the same thing here. Because in the future, we can provide here, I don't know, a float or something else, and they all should kind of fit together. So as we're getting to the point where we need to provide serial values in many various shapes, I thought that we should actually inspect how to make it a little bit more flexible, so that maybe we could provide things here that are a little bit easier to provide. I mean, right now we just have to explicitly say that, hey, this is that value, and do a bunch of weird stuff. And that suddenly makes it kind of inconvenient to specify, in my opinion. Because the moment we use this table, if we would want to provide something like, what would we want to provide? We would want to provide, for example, name, state, and after that, maybe we would want to say age, I don't know, 99, right? If we would want to do that, that suddenly won't work in NIM, because NIM expects that the table is a sequence of tuples of something and something, and both pairs need to be the same type. So here it won't work. I mean, of course, I would need to also just add the quotes here to make it a bit more. But again, it won't work because, hey, integer can't be in that spot. It expects the same value. So that means that every time somebody does that, we need to basically say, hey, this needs to be this, right? And this needs to be also serialized already to the serial value. And this needs to be serialized to serial value. And suddenly it becomes this kind of, I don't know, ugly thing. Because I wouldn't want the end user to have to specify all this in this strange fashion. At least in my opinion. So the way I would like to do it is, I don't think shortcuts will work properly here. Yeah, I can't clone the line. How on earth do I do it in... I do this. And... do this. I guess so. Okay. So I would basically... I wonder if it's possible to simply do it this way. Because as far as I know, something like that should work if I will throw in the... if I'll properly throw in the JSON operator there. It should in theory work. But how does it work, and how can we automatically serialize all those states, including the, whatever's inside? So that's my question, and that's something to figure out. So I would basically need to start looking how the JSON package, the what do you call it? The standard library JSON package works. And I think I'm gonna disable the Vim extension for now because I'm already getting confused and I'll have trouble explaining things as things progress. So to not make things extra slow, we'll just revert to normal. Okay, so how does this work? I would need to include JSON. Something that I don't have included right now. So can I do it now? Yes. Oh, it's a macro. Oh no. Oh no. So we need to provide it with something untyped, convert an expression to a JSON node directly without having to specify a % for every element. So that's it. That's what I want to do, not having to specify. The result is 2 JSON implementation of X, which is a procedure. Oh, that takes a nim. Oh no. Oh. Yikes. If it's a bracket, it's an array. If it's a... Oh, wow. Okay. Maybe we could copy paste it and just make it our own and bind it to this. Okay. So this calls that. And what about normal %? Reference object to JSON, no. If it's nil, do that. Reference object, object. Oh dear. Oh dear. I don't think this is gonna work for me right now. This is more advanced code than I expected. Ay, ay, ay. Oh, a template if it's just a, you know, % operator on a JSON node, just return a JSON node so that it's gonna simplify the whole thing. So, as in, you know, not actually execute anything. I like that idea. So if it's a boolean, we just create the kind of here and here and here. Okay, so in theory, we have most of those elements already ready, right? Because we already have all those types and how to convert them. We have that 3% operator right now. It's absolutely disgusting, but and that's what we have right now. We can decide on something more decent in the future. Let me just make sure my audio works and everything. Okay, my audio works. Everyone can hear me. So great. So in theory, we don't have to do all those things. In theory, we could just try to re-implement this macro. I mean, macro itself is very small. But takes untyped and does a bunch of this stuff. So just, let's try to do that. We'll just straight up copy paste and where would we put it? Because we have our not queries, but types values. Oh yeah. So in our shared, we have just the overall things of that sort. And then the whole surreal value overall imports everything here at the end. Maybe we could put it in shared at the end. Yeah, like all the way at the end of everything. We're just gonna plop it there. At least let's see what happens, okay? So here it's this thing, the star. So let's try to modify it into our own. % star. It's just untyped. Convert an expression to a surreal value directly without having to specify the 3% for every element. There we go. And this will be to surreal value implementation. Okay. So we just have that part. Great. And we just need to implement it. So it takes a nym node. So nym node is supposed to be this part of the AST, the abstract syntax tree. So we're kind of, you know, a part of the syntax. And here we can basically say, depending on the type of node, we can perform different actions. So in theory, this should just easily go in, right? Because this is a bracket for an array. We just need to be able to represent an array. And and we say that if that's the case and the length is 0, we just call, hey, new J array, and that's it. Otherwise, new nym node and nk bracket, and for each element in the length of it, I guess add, convert each. All right. So this is gonna be easy after all. Oh, who would have thought? So let's just close all those other things that we don't care about and go to the array.nym, and this will be what we'll be calling new serial array to create a new empty array if we have no objects, right? But if we have any, we need to create a new node, nk bracket, and for each element of x, we're basically we basically call this whole implementation as so basically what we're doing, we're taking that array that was given to us and create a new one and call the serialize, the one that we already have defined, on each element. Okay. Sure. Whatever BR open is. I have no idea what BR open is. Bracket open. Do we have it defined somewhere in our implementation of JSON? When we are here, what is the BR open? Because this is the NK bracket, that's good. What is BR open? That's a bind sim node. Oh, so we basically need to import macros on top, right? Somewhere. Import macros. Okay. Let's do that. Do we want to have it in shared? I guess we should have it in shared imports, right? Serial value. We're gonna import macros. And this way, our implementation here will have a little bit more sense. Cool. I did not expect that we'll be doing stuff with macros today, but hey, we might as well learn something, right? Because this isn't that difficult to comprehend, to be honest. So if we did that, we should already have the bracket open here, I guess. So in theory, this should already work for arrays. What is this? For objects, for the table constructor. There we go. So for the table construction, it will be probably similar here. We'll see. So for the table construction, new call, again, new serial array, blah, 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 and new tree, whatever that is supposed to be. We're going to get there. Expression column, and again, we have our new serial array. Wait, not new serial array. What the hell am I doing? New serial object. And this thing here will be to serial value implementation. There we go. And we bind our 3% thingy. Great. I don't think renaming that will be difficult for something else because this is so distinctive that we can just find all instances and replace. So no big deal. Empty object. New serial object. Nil literal. Okay, so if we provided nil, we translate it to null, right? So how can we do that? We new call for null. We're actually gonna do it, right? I'm gonna call it because I don't know how to handle it anywhere else. So we have our null, and new surreal null. And that's it. It just returns the static thing anyway. There we go. And then par as, what is it, par? Parentheses or something? We return, huh? I have no idea what that's supposed to be. Okay, we just grab that one. Sure, go ahead. That's it. And here we just remember about that because anything else should be just duple that way. And that might be enough to actually make it automatic. At least I hope so. If it's gonna work, I will be absolutely amazed. So let's get rid of our JSON for now because we don't want it here anymore. And let's just try to replace it with our own. I'm gonna comment this one out. And I guess this is complaining about the RC not being available, right? Let's look at our create. Oh, we don't even have create. Let me think. Okay, so what we're gonna do is go to our queries, wherever they could be. We don't want tests anymore. Queries. Types, queries. There we go. Let's enable the create as an export and as an import. Because I have everything commented out just so that we don't have compilation errors. And we're enabling all the queries that we correct one by one. So query create, we can go to our create, which we don't have here. Query create, there we go. So it expects SurrealDB, that's good. And then we have a thing, which is string, table name, or record ID. For now, let's just make it that it needs to be either a table name or record ID. And that should be good, right? And then when we send it, what we want to do is, we're not returning JSON node. This will be surreal value as a return thing. Beautiful. And instead of query params, we just want a surreal value. For now, as if that's an object, right? Kind of. And therefore, we can return a table. And this should already serialize everything inside, no matter what happens, right? So I can just say that this is a thing and this is content. And possibly that would just magically work because the thing, we have both serialization for a table and for record ID implemented. So maybe let's go to our surreal and just, I don't know, do we have the RC? We don't have the RC probably. So if I'm going to go to search for record types values, there we go. We have to create a new one. We basically convert the existing one. So record ID, come on, you can find it. Record.nym. Where do I put it? I think it's all the way in Surreal here. We have this part here, but where do we have creation? What? Don't we have a way to actually create the record ID instead of record value or something? We have those. Get record ID, extract data, escape ID part. Oh, down here. Okay. So new record ID, and we can just, okay, create those, give those two, and this should be fine. Okay. That will work. So we're gonna try it. So it'll be new record ID, and we give it the TB for table name, and the value will be, let's say that it's a string. For the actual value, which it expects it to be, yeah, should be string, right? Huh. We're still having some issues here. Type mismatch. It's always type mismatch, isn't it? By the way, how's everyone doing? Everyone's quiet there. Create Surreal. Yeah. And we gave it, this is a new record, and that's, so we got this correct. Oh, this shows untyped. What? New record ID. I mean, new record ID. Huh? Let record is new record ID. Oh, it's not recognizing it. Interesting. Oh, because we're not importing our lovely, what is it? Serial value. That's what it is. Import surreal slash private slash, what is it? Not CBOR, not queries. It's just private types serial value. That should solve the problem. Right? Let's just make sure that actually solves the problem. Okay, it recognizes here. So in theory, this should be fine. Please line be fine. Okay, it says it's record ID. So that's good. So we can just plop it here and it should be happy. But now it doesn't like this one because it says it's untyped. Ooh. Okay, so let's imagine this file doesn't exist. And we're just gonna go to our tests and focus on purely testing parts of this functionality, just to make sure that this works, because this is a big question mark at this moment. Yeah. How did I specify it? Maybe I didn't export it, because in JSON.nem, we had our, what was it? This and that. Somewhere. Okay, it's here. And I wonder if we just forgot about the star at the end. I did not. The Surreal value implementation. They said it's gonna be nym node. So in theory, it should return a proper value. Interesting. Not sure what's going on here. So let's go to our tests. And didn't I have something for parsing? Decoding, no. Encoding, no. CPN, hello. How are you doing? I was wondering today, did you start applying it? Have you started applying it? Or still polishing the perfect project? Now we have surreal value. We have a bunch of stuff for this thing here. Record ID, table, and whatnot. So let's create a new test specifically for test surreal value. Parsing. Okay, I'll call it parsing for now. But the whole idea is that this tests the bam 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 and bam operators. Okay, that's the goal here. And we can just copy paste some existing tests to get ourselves started. Alrighty. And we can do this to have it all fancier. This way I can keep the font large. Alright, so this will be through value parsing. So what I want to do is this. Yeah, we need to fix this one here. So this operator goes over and parses booleans values. There we go. So I want to test if I can actually turn it into the thing. So let value is, and we're gonna straight up say that we want to apply it to true. Okay. Look at that. It figured out that it's a surreal value, so it should work. So we can check. And we basically, you know what? I don't have my AI working. Look at that. I forgot to re-enable it. I went without it all day long. At least I don't feel super dependent on that, so that's good. What was I doing? I want to enable it, right? Let's just re-enable, and this way we can speed this thing up instead of me writing manual checks, right? So our value.kind is serial bool and a value, and we test the false as well, right? Let me just run this file wait, what just happened? Huh? Oh, now it's here. Okay, good. Let's run and test this current file. Undeclared identifier where? Oh, here. Okay, so we know that Boolean values work, and we can just go through those basic types and figure it out. CPN says not yet. And my original is asking, can you tell me how to make text animation? What do you mean by text animation? Because that could be so many various ways. Is it in a console, like terminal application? Do you mean on a website? Do you mean in Unreal Engine or something? Alrighty, so we checked the true and false. Let's see if we can do integer values. 12 minus 12, some larger, right? Look at that. This is beautiful. It figured it out. We can run it. Okay, integers work. I'm gonna say test float values. Okay, it assumes float 64, so let's just do all that here as well to ensure that they're actually the same. That should be good enough, I hope. Floats, they're not fully implemented yet, but here they worked out. Okay, good. So let's, strings. We're gonna start with hello and hello world, and that should be good enough for 2 tests, right? They should be exactly the same. Get string should return the same string. And I mean, it figures that out. So now let's do the parses bytes values. So this is where I want to go line by line. So it suggests that first we're giving it a sequence, and that sequence will be of several values, right? Let's just do 15. Maybe we want to do 25, 150. Yeah, because it's unsigned, and something like 58. Okay, those 3 values. So we need to check if it's real bytes, and then if it's the same thing. And the thing here is that, oh, we saved and it figured it out, so it might work. Let's do it actually 2 ways. The next way is gonna be where we're gonna say, Maybe some kind of different values. And sure. There we go. This doesn't show through value anymore if it's just a bracket because it's just an array. But no, it figured out. Okay, all right, this might work. Please work when I run it. Ooh, oh, not great. So what happened? Check failed. Value kind is to be surreal bytes. It was surreal array. Oh, because this is probably a little bit different. Because surreal bytes are special, but which one failed? Which line? 62, which is this check. So this one went through. Fine, if we gave it a sequence. But if we gave it an array, it was like, nope. All right. Oh, I see. So this little magical thingy here, basically it sees it like that. It sees the bracket as the first character. It assumes it's an array. So if we're going to go to our shared, we can see that if it's a bracket, it basically say, hey, this is an array, right? That's it. So, I mean, I'm fine with that because if you really want to provide series of bytes, it should be fine. So where was it? Here, okay. All right, I can live with that. I can live that without it being a explicit sequence, it's gonna be something else. So that's good. Because, you know, the moment we make it an explicit sequence, we are forcing NIM to basically parse it as, hey, run this operator first and therefore make it a valid value. So I'm good with this test. All right. So now let's test if we can pass an array. And we're gonna say let value is, or we're just gonna give it maybe 12. Then we're gonna have 16.5 F64, and the third one will be Goodbye Moon Man, and the last one will be a series of bytes. There we go. Something more advanced, something more fancy. But that will be our value too. Let's just do the value one. So let something simple. Value is, so let's do this, that, by Moonman, and maybe something like none. Okay, just those few. Actually, I should have it like that. There we go. So it should figure out that it's an array, of course, without this, because it will complain about it. And should have 4 elements, and first one should be integer, float, string, yes, and last one should be none. There we go. So that should work. And here, it figures out that it's a real value. We're just gonna do the same thing, but maybe we're gonna give it null and some other strange value. Maybe record ID. Or no, record ID we're gonna have separate, just so that we're not mixing it up too much. Let's just keep it like that. So should be surreal array with 2 elements. First one should be surreal null, and the other should be bytes, which is exactly that. Okay. I want to run it and see if it works. And in a second, if, oh no. Oh, we don't have none imported. Surreal value, comma, none. And null. soon enough, I just need to make this one export for all those so that we don't have to do all that. We just import Surreal as if we were using the library, because things are kind of starting to stabilize. Oh, we passed everything. That's good. So let's just add a third test of nested arrays. So let value 3. I'm sure we just need to make sure that it's an empty array. that works as well. That's a good point. Let value 4, which will be simply, hi there. And the second one will be another table with something, or array or whatever it is, with something like, what would that be? 12. 0.5. And another array of none, none, and null. And after that, at the last one, we'll have, by. It's a little bit more complex one with nested arrays, but, as the end user of the library, I want to be able to write that and just be fine with it. And of course, these should be none. It's not like Nim will care about it, but actually, this is kind of fun that we can just do none and null that way. Yeah. Just like in SurrealDB, right? So, this is already decoded, so I'm quite confident this is gonna work. A little bit too much. So we have 1, 2, 3 elements. Okay, that's correct. First one will be string, and it will be hi there. Good. Second one is Surreal array, and we have 1, 2, 3 elements. Call it correct. So inside that, first one is not none. It's we go first element, which is this thing. And from there, we take the element 0, which is 12. So it should be surreal integer. Okay, 12. Then we have the float, which is this. And then a third element is an array. Good. That has 3 elements. And the first one is surreal none, and surreal null. Perfect. And then we've got basically the main element number 2, which should be a string by. If that works, I'll be very, very, very happy. And this way we know that if we screw something up in the future with all this crazy stuff, it's gonna work. And CPN, so you haven't started applying yet. I'm concerned. You're postponing your path towards being a professional developer. Okay, so parsing arrays work. Why did I just close this? So, what's next? So we've got our arrays, our bytes. That's all good. Strings and floats, integer booleans. Let's also do test parses non-values. Okay. So we just try to do none, and it's null. And then we're gonna have test null, the same thing. Okay. So we have those checked off. And with null, we're also gonna do let value of nil, which should kind of get converted into that as well. All right. Because that's what one of the cases there was. And beautiful. So now that we have all those arrays and whatnot, let's go to, before we go to object and go crazy, maybe even before an array, I would like it to test parses, not datetime yet, although that will be another test. Ugh. What was it? Table name. Table names, okay? So TB user, there we go. Serial table, and table name should be TB user. There we go. I hit Control S and it seems to have trouble figuring that out. So run current file. There we go. Undeclared identifier TB. So insert table name, and we also take this one and put it st, so we put it here. Okay, cool. All right. Where are we? Here. I think it's still gonna have trouble. Oh, no, it worked. No problem. Okay. So if that works, we can do test parses record IDs, okay? So we're gonna create, basically, let's say we have let the record ID is this. User 12345, right? Or let's say book, I don't know. Equal rights. There we go. It even knows what kind of book we're gonna put in. This is awesome. So we just say, hey, serialize that. And it should be serial record ID. And we should be able to compare the two. Worked. Okay, so those aren't our problem. Good. So that means we can safely move on to parsing the objects. And I just hope that I'm going to do that. It will be serial object with no elements, okay? Let's just test that. Please work. Works. Okay. All right. Good. We just say hello world, right? So it should be serial object with one element, has key hello, and this should be basically a serial string with the value of world. Okay. Gosh, those tests write themselves, don't they, right? This is amazing. And here we start having issues. So what did it try to do? Expression, bam, world serial value. Expected one of the first. Non-type this. Or string. I mean, you just got string, so that should work, right? Or something of that sort. Unless the parentheses, what the hell's going on? What on earth is going on? Okay, so we might start having some interesting issues. Let's take a peek at how this is defined here. So curly is an empty object, right? So we don't want that. This is the object, table constructor. So if length is 0, then we just create a new serial object. Otherwise, new num node, table constructor. And then we go over the number of elements in the table. xi, expect kind, expression, colon expression. And then we add a new tree, or whatever that means. Colon expression. We get the first element unchanged. Yeah, because it's supposed to be a string. And the other one will be 2 serial value, and we just take that. Makes sense. And then we take the whole thing and try to serialize it. Wait a moment. Because we just went over every single one. Yeah, we should be able to just serialize that way. I am so confused. I am truly confused right now. I mean, it worked for arrays, right? To just get that whole result and just call this on it. While here, whatever new tree is. But yeah, call an expression because these are just listed out, right? Um, hmm. Let me just get back to the thingy. Let's get rid of this one and this one. Huh. I mean, this is... Oh, because I have this thing already here. I don't need that here. That's the thing. I mean, it shouldn't have a problem with that. I mean, I'm gonna run the task. And that worked. That's interesting that I can't pre-serialize this thing. What if I'm gonna throw it in parentheses? Just for fun. Will that magically work? No. Okay, so I think I know what we have to do. To make it work, we just need to define one other thing up here. This is... oh wait, these are just tests. So we go to our shared, and before everything, even before the serial value implementation, we're just gonna define a template that takes... if we're trying to serialize something like here, right? The template was somewhere here. We try to serialize itself, it's just gonna... okay, so it just says JSON node, and that just gives you JSON node. Yeah. So if we're gonna try to take this real value, whatever, v, right? We just give it real value v, right? So it's gonna replace this whole thing with just the result, and therefore it won't be even executed. And in theory, I would like to do the same thing for this, you know, because we don't need to execute that in that fashion. And I'm hoping that suddenly this will start working. I'm gonna try to run the task. Oh, that's better. Mismatch got full 64, but expected an integer. 80, line 84, which is... what? That broke something. So let me just skip this one, because that was my personal addition, and it seems like it might have confused something. Run the current file. Okay, now it magically works. Great. Okay, we fixed an issue by looking at copying solution from a different source, but hey, if it works, I mean, standard library is a good thing to copy, right? To take an example from. Okay, I think we might have solved the whole thing. So let's say that we're gonna serialize a bit more complex object, right? We're just gonna say that maybe we're gonna have name will be, I don't know, John, and then age will be 25, and then we're gonna say pets will be cat and dog, and no children, and now let's just do something crazy, maybe preferences, and we can have another nested object, okay? And let's just say that food true, because that should be boolean, that's gonna be translated, and drink, we're gonna have, I don't know, 100, whatever that would mean. Okay. So now we're gonna check that it's a surreal object. It should have 1, 2, 3, and 4 elements inside. Okay. First one is name, and it's serial string saying John. Good. Second one is age, should be integer, and should be 25. Great. Then we've got pets, serial array, yes. 2 elements with cat and dog. Good. And again, I should be able to make an array with different things in there, so that's good. And then the third one will be preferences, so it's going to be serial object with 2 separate preferences. Good. Has a key food, and its kind is serial boolean, and the value is true. And drink, integer, value 100. Okay, perfect. If that's going to pass, I will be very, very, very happy. Yes. Okay, so let's just expand that existing test with one thing. ID, right? And this will be our, we need to provide it some kind of ID. This is what we will need to finally implement this whole ID as a string thing, I think. Yeah, at least a simplified version of it. Yeah, maybe I'm gonna push it because it's just so handy. So let's go to the record, and we should have it just uncommented or something. Blah 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 blah, and there we have it. So we had this kind of option here that we could create it from a string representation. Creates a new record ID object from a string. This assumes that the ID is purely a string, and the table name doesn't contain a colon. All right. It doesn't check if it's a number, array, etc. It doesn't check for anything, for anything escaped, etc. Okay, it's just a bare bones helper so that you can rest quickly. Sure, and that should be it, right? Okay, good. In theory, it could be a template, right? That just replaces this call with that. But we're gonna get there. I just want it here, and I wanted to be able to just say this is RC. Customer, and we have a number A, B, B, blah blah blah. Okay, this is our customer, and in theory, it should be 5. You know what? Let's put it at the end. This is gonna save us some refactoring. And in theory, I should be able to just place it one by one under the other, right? I hope I can. What else do we have? This thingy. And that thingy at the end, and bam. I want it to be able to look like this. So we're gonna have 5 elements, and then we're gonna have the last one. Has key ID and serial record ID. Bam. It's a Record table is customer, and kind of the value is string, which is this. Okay, please work. Okay, works. Beautiful. Okay. I guess we tested all the most important things. So there's some hope that we're gonna be able to simplify a lot of the stuff. So in that case, I just want to go to testing our record ID. Okay, record ID. There we go. Can create from explicit string. Okay, like this and that. Good. And we had can create from string representation. Okay. So test cases when table escaped. Yeah, because normal tests are just for very simple things, and I am happy with that. That's enough for me. I'm just need to make sure that it still works. It still works. So let's just run all the tests to make sure that we didn't break anything along the road, and we'll be able to get back to our testing of the actual stuff. And that means we'll be able to just easily, parse the whole complex thing and just forget about it. So that makes me happy. If that actually fully works, it's just gonna save me what I thought is gonna be a massive headache. I'm just astounded that with that little amount of code, you can actually do all this. Huh. Alrighty. Gosh, that is a lot of tests. An awful lot of tests. An awful lot of warnings. Ay, ay, ay. Okay, there we go. Alright, we passed everything, so that's awesome. I can get rid of and close all those tests. And while we have it working, we can just go and push those changes because this is very exciting. Very, very, very exciting. So we don't care about that part. What we care about is the surreal value where we added the macros and record ID where we enabled those two things and we added our magical things that lets everything to be nicely parsed and we expanded our tests. Okay, so automate parsing to surreal value. Okay, because this is basically now automated. You just slap on a symbol and ta-da, works. So if that's the case, can we push it further? Because I am starting to wonder. Because right now, that means that we should be able to just slap that on, give this thing, and it should be happy, in theory. But it's not happy right now. It expects a table name or record ID. I gave it a record ID, so in theory it should be happy. This shouldn't cause problems unless I am doing something strange here with return values. Because we send RPC, control click work? Of course it doesn't. Where was it? rpc.nym. Send RPC. Let's put it side by side and start checking boxes off. So we basically send our query method. That's good. And then the params are params are a sequence of surreal value. That's the only variant I have? Really? That's why. It wants it to be a sequence. Ah. And then it just goes and code this and that and that. Now we should be, in theory, able to just replace it with... Oops. Just that. Okay. In theory. Good. Great. Let's hope this solved the problem. We save this guy, we go back here, and no red squigglies. Yeah, this might work. This just might work. Let's try to... Oh, now it shows problems. But let's try to run this file. Let's see what we get. Invalid indentation. Line 40. Really? Line 40? Which file? Queries.nim. Oh, we just missed... We're missing a comma, right? This is fine. We're missing a comma here, and we have an extra comma here. That's how it goes. That's where the problem is. Undeclared identifier TB. Makes sense. This is just supposed to be table name. Gosh, we need to make it so that we don't need all this weird stuff. Then we're gonna do that right after this actually works. Okay. We're moving forward. Per create name, type mismatch goes through a value for content, but expected record ID object. Wait a moment. What? Oh, because we need to basically say that, hey, this and that needs to be serialized manually. I mean, we're already getting a serial value, so we don't need to worry about that one. But we need to serialize this. No matter if it's table name or record ID, we need to serialize it, okay? So that's that. And we could probably just optimize it by saying, hey, just do this. Let's go back here and run the current file. Ha! We created the thing and we got a response. Age 99, ID test item 1234. So you can see that this is a string, so that's awesome. Name, ban, state, sleepy, and number stays the number. Awesome. Okay, that makes me very, very, very happy that this actually works. I don't know how, but the decoder just works. Okay. All right. Gosh, I'm so happy about that. Okay, so if that's the case, all this should work. Let's just make sure... Oh, we don't need tables anymore, right? Magically, we don't need the table for that because this goes through a macro that completely transforms it. Doesn't even care if it's a table or not. Great. Okay. Right, let's just test it again. And now we'll be probably unhappy. We got a message error code this. There was a problem with the database. The record already exists. Okay, that's good enough. I'm fine with that. That shows that, hey, we've got an error that was unhandled. So that's good. Because we just said create error, echo, create error. Did we get that? Yeah. Create error, bam. Ha. Awesome. So both paths work. That makes me very, 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 very happy. So let's just push those changes with the create. So we've got this part, queries, query create, and changes in the RPC itself. And this will be uh, you know, make create query work with CBOR. And I know that there's so much room for optimization with CBOR itself, because there are so many elements that, when serialized or deserialized, could be just swapped because you don't need to do it over and over again. Or another optimization would be that when we get the data from the server, we can just deserialize only to the point where we know what we're dealing with. Is it an object? Yes? Great. Don't deserialize more. Then, when the checks are being made, only the parts of the, only the parts of the objects are being deserialized one by one from the larger part, so that, because it's often that you make a query to get some data and you get a bunch of extra stuff. And there's no need to lose the CPU power on deserializing every single part of the whole response if you're not checking them, if you're not actually reading them. So that could be actually fun optimization to make. Let's say we would make a benchmark for what's the current standpoint and make some changes to optimize it. And, that kind of lazy deserialization could be a fun optimization. Possibly could work, because now imagine that you made a query by accident that takes, returns you 20 megabytes of data, right? And you're really deserializing, only going to a few areas because you need to go to the 100th element to something or something, and bam, that's it. And the same could go for serializing stuff, where some parts of the query could be already pre-serialized, or maybe when you deserialize something for the database and then you take the same thing and you want to send it back as a part of a request, it could hold that part that was describing how to serialize that part, and instead of going and actually serializing it, it just copies that part of bytes that, hey, this is how I serialized before, and reuse it. There's just so much room for optimizations that it's just not something you can normally do with your default deserialize everything JSON approach. So this is kind of exciting. All right, so we pushed make create query work. Now what I would like to do is just simplify this whole thing, because notice how queries, instead of importing every query manually, we just have one queries.nym that basically imports everything and re-exports it. So we could do the same thing for types, So let's create a new file. Bam, types.nym. All right, and we're just gonna do that. Just grab all the types and do what do we have to do with them. So we're not touching CBOR, we're not touching logic, queries to, or whatever. We're gonna work with types, and we don't need to touch those because these are imported directly in, or included already in, the Surreal value. So yeah, just import everything and then just export. Okay. So we're gonna do import, and we're gonna go to types. Slash none. Sure. I mean, we can just say all of them. Non-null query params, which we'll probably get rid of. We'll see. Results RPC method? No. SurrealQL, that's another one that's interesting. SurrealDB, Surreal value, table name, and Surreal result. Okay. That's good so far. And I think that's it. Yeah. Let's just do it this way. It's more readable. What the hell was SurrealDB? That's just definition of the whole thing. Let's not include it in types, okay? This will be a separate matter. Okay, good. So now inside our SurrealDB thing, I think this is where I was doing some of the stuff. Oh, I was already getting the types and exporting them here. Oh, okay, I see. And this was supposed to be the one that I can just use everywhere. Okay, let's just use this one instead. And all this can go away, the string from bytes and blah blah. That does not matter. So surrealdb.nym. We don't need JSON. We don't need tables. I mean, here we don't need anything because we're just importing and re-exporting, and that's it. So let's just go over the types. Blah 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 blah. So I guess all that is gonna be used, we need to put in here. Huh. So none, null, per params, result. RPC method, no. SurrealQL, yes. SurrealDB, Surreal value and result. I mean, result is first. So yeah, result value and table name. Okay. So we do the same thing. Export those. And export those. I know it doesn't have to be a separate export, but whatever. Sue me. Expression expected by found keyword export. Oh, because I have an extra comma here. Good. Then we return a connection and queries. Okay, let's try that. So in our surreal.nym, instead of importing all those crazy things, we're just gonna say import SurrealDB. And that should be enough to get this whole thing going. What are queries? Do I have queries included here? No, I do not have queries included here. So export queries. But oh, I'm importing them and we're exporting them here. Okay, so that should work. That should work. Let's run it then. Yeah, that worked. No problem. Okay, great. If that works, I'm happy. That means we can just do that one thing and be done with it. So if that's the case, I want to go over the tests quickly because all the tests are importing bunch, like millions of stupid stuff that they shouldn't have to. We just want to have import SurrealDB and call it a day. Just as if, so that we can make sure that our tests work properly. So let's start with decoding. So we have those constants, and encoder types. Yeah, this is gonna be a little bit trickier. So maybe I'm not touching those things, okay? Because they have a specific decoder stuff. Okay, sure. Why not? But this one should work. Okay. Yeah. Okay, I mean, it works, right? So if create works, we can check the select. We can actually comment this one out. And let's see if we can take care of the select in a similar, relatively fast fashion. So I'm gonna grab the query create here to the right to have it as a reference because, we need to make some kind of changes. And then we just need to get to the select query. Okay. And to the queries to actually enable select. Okay. Select, there we go. This should be fine here. So now what matters is that, uh, yeah, so we basically modify our thing. Can I do it in bottom? This will be a little bit easier. So first of all, we need to return a serial value instead. For the table name, we're gonna take, I mean, a string could work, right? But for now, we're gonna say table name, just for now. And record ID, and that means that we need to return a sequence where we just serialize the table, and that's it. Okay, there we go. Beautiful. So if that's the case, what next? Um, I mean, that's it. That's all we need to modify. I think. Yeah, that's it. Uh, that was surprisingly easy. Let me just make sure that we get it properly here. We just say that, hey, give me that record. And we should get a response. And the name says hello. Hello to two. How are you doing? Select response. Blah, blah, blah. So this is all okay. So let's try to run it. Now it shouldn't error because something. And we... Wait. Do we have any info that we actually sent this or that? I mean, we are not saying that we're sending that, but this should be... So this is just connect, and this is ID number 0, right? Query... No, this is query 1. Query 2, this is query 3. So we've got a response for query 3, which is our select, and we get our object. Okay, good. Beautiful. And we can just easily deserialize, get stuff from it. Oh no. So this is CPN. All of my past chats made it through for some reason. I'm so sorry. That's YouTube, right? When it works, it's awesome. When it doesn't, it sucks. And that, I guess that applies to most of the things. Okay, so we have success, we have select work, and a bunch of other stuff. This is just mind-blowing. So let's just make those few changes matter. First of all, we're gonna have this thing, this part here, saying that, hey, this whole thing actually works now, where we use the types. No, we actually don't use types. So we do straight up delete the file. We don't need it. And we just have this thing here. Great. Import all types via SurrealDB .nem. Okay. Let's push that. And this other one is, you know, how do we phrase it last time? Make select query work with CBOR. There we go. So we're gonna go quickly over every single query one by one, making sure that, you know, it's usable and basically testing it roughly if it works or not. So let's just see what other thing we actually had put in here. The other one was serial result. Basically, for 20 of them, select item. Oh, all the items, right? But we had just one, so that was it. Await futures all. And we were basically getting things. So let's make sure that this actually works. Surreal value, right? These are all the futures. Oh yeah, that was the very manual test, huh? Okay. Did I have this thing anywhere defined as something? Because then we define it as some kind of thing. Future response. Okay, so we can just say it's a sequence of future response. There we go. That's nicer. So we select send it 20 times. Let's do 50 times. Okay. Because the CBOR should be faster as well. I don't know if it mattered last time, but that's that. We have only one item anyway. And received response, blah blah, responses, and get elements. What is get elements? I mean, it should be for response and responses. So we go basically through every feature, and that response should be a surreal object, I guess. I don't really know. Huh. I don't really know because this shouldn't work here. Surreal select item. TB for table item. That's first change. And then this is surreal result of surreal value. What? Our future response was basically a list, a feature that is a surreal result of a surreal value. So we are getting surreal value. So let's just say the count of items. Let's just skip that part first, okay? We're just gonna say echo the response dot okay, right? Because this should be our object. I want to see what kind of thing we're gonna get. And also in parentheses, we're gonna add that this was what was it? The name of it? Response.okay.kind. Okay. Well, let's see how it works. CPN says, yep. Are you not using Vim bindings? Not at this very moment, because I noticed that right now, as I'm trying to think about Nim, stumbling with Vim just breaks my way of thinking, because I'm totally not used to it yet. And on top of that, it also stops me from being able to talk about it, because it's already kind of hard enough to make sure that I'm explaining my train of thought and doing all this stuff, so it'll be just me stuttering and stuff. Scratching my head like, what was I doing? Sorry for the inconvenience. You can reopen the window to continue where you left off. I guess we tried to print too much? What just happened? So let's just do this thing here in a loop. Whoops. Control P loop. Listen loop. We just right now we have we received the message and we just print out the whole message, the data, and we can have which kind. No, doesn't matter. An echo message. No. Response for query ID. That's good, and that's it. Okay. This is gonna limit how much we're actually printing out here. Unless we already have in that database thousands of objects, and that's probably what it was. We went 50 times over 1,000 objects to print out, so let's just do 10 and see what happens. Oops, not this shortcut, sorry. We're not doing that. What the hell? It reset everything. Run task, current file. Execution of external program failed. What? Permission denied. Cannot open up the file. Wait. Oh, because something's still working there. We might have a situation where Nim is still running there in the background. Trying to write to something and failing. We have nim exe, but I don't know if that's nim suggest or something. So let's close this guy. And do we have still something running there? Not really. Is there like filtering or something? Nim? Surreal? No. There's nothing. So if I'm going here and I'm gonna say run the current file, we're gonna probably get the same error. Oh, no, this time it worked. Okay. Yep, I found the limit. Never happened to me that before. But you can see it's writing a lot, as fast as it can, and this is probably as fast as this terminal can handle it. I mean, for sure it is, because, you know, it can write way faster than anything else. Yeah, okay. So we got our wall of laws, all the old stuff. Yeah, it's all still in there. Because I remember we define all those, like, you know, 1,000 items or something. So that was one response from here to here. Good. So what? So basically, the response is showing as an array. Okay, so it's an array. Wait, really? Response, surreal array. Of course, I just wrote it down. Great. So it's an array. So let's do response. We say kind, and then it will be of response. Okay, the length items. Okay, and that should print out a little bit less because we're not printing and serializing the whole thing. I mean, in the background, still deserializing the whole thing, but just like that. Wait, what? It's still printing them all out? Why? And then, what? And at the end, we have received 10 responses? What? Received 10 responses. What is this then? Response for query ID, return result. I still have this thing here somewhere. Oh, I have the return result. Otherwise, complete the future with the response content. Okay, because it wasn't an error, so we just don't want that part here. Okay, so I printed out everything twice in addition to all that stuff. Okay, so we go back here and let's see if we're gonna get a little bit faster response this time. Bam. Okay, that's faster. That means it actually parsed all those 10,000 items in the background using our CBOR code, and it worked. Okay, all right. I can live with it working like that. I'm happy. Okay, not bad, not bad. But we can just comment this whole thing out because it doesn't matter. They're all 1,000 items like we expected, so nothing bad is happening here. So okay, so these were the tests for the few basic things. I think we can just simply go over all the other queries, quickly fix them up, and just be done with it, all right? So let's open up our queries file. So we can have it here on the side. Teeny tiny thing. And basically start going. So let's start with the info and version. All right? Info and version. Query info. There we go. So what do we do here? Of course, it'll be surreal value. And again, we have like response is this whole thing. Wasn't this just the fun little future response? So we can simplify it. Hey, this is the future response. And that's it. Done. Returns the record of an authenticated record user. So this was where we want to send the RPC method, and for some reason I put a string here. Why? Do I need like a special RPC thing for that? RPC.name, it expects a parameter, which is a sequence of surreal value. Okay. And it returns the future response, okay? So let's reuse that as much as we can. Time of future got future response. I mean, future response is a future, so what the heck? Strange. Don't understand it. Huh. Okay, never mind. So it requires the sequence, and then it basically adds that sequence as params, and that's that. So in theory, I could just say, hey, that there is a sequence here, empty sequence, right? No big deal. Again, this requires the future. Oh, I see. So let's just go here and do it like that. So this whole thing might be just macro that forces us to have the futures spelled out in here. Let me just paste it here, go in here, find it. Oh, now I can't even get the response. Come on. Future response. Where do I define it? Surreal result, surreal value. Okay, so it's like that manually. Okay. I guess I won't touch that part. Ugly, but we can live with it. I guess I should test that one because I'm not sure of passing that empty value. So we connected, we did a bunch of stuff, and at the end we can just say info response await surreal info. Right? That's it. And if it's okay, we just echo it, otherwise we don't. And let's see if it's gonna be fine or it's gonna... Oh, it's not gonna be fine because it's gonna probably try to run the other one. Wait. So you're async type mismatch. Huh? Oh, because I still have this thing. So let me return. I'll ignore that. And I guess I shouldn't. What? It's that? Oh, Jason. Oh my goodness. Oh, because that's a version. So we're modifying both version and info. Yeah, because it's complaining that it can't go over that. So let's also do, in addition to that, the similar thing. Let version response, same thing. And let's try to run it and see what bad thing is going to happen. Okay, so the fourth, for info, we got nothing for some reason. And for response from the version, we got version response. And we got a string, SurrealDB 203. I haven't updated to 204 yet. But guess we could quickly do that. Let me just do it on the side quickly so that we get a fresh, nice database. So it's gonna take a moment. This one, log in. We go to Java, stacks, SurrealDB streaming, and let's edit it to be 204. I need to benchmark 204 because I saw that they posted they did a bunch of optimizations that potentially could impact us. As in, the benchmarks could improve. So I'll be definitely doing that just over the weekend. It's not anything exciting to watch. And with those benchmark, I'm thinking that I should probably move running them to a cloud. And this way, it could spin up VMs automatically, just run through there. When it finishes, close them and whatnot, and do that multiple times, and it will be still cheap to run. Okay, let's run this thing again. Please run this file. Oh, we already got a response 204. There we go. Oh, that was quick. That was crazy quick, so that's good news. I want to see how fast this would go then. We have those 10 items. Await those and just that. Can we just run this? Yeah, pretty fast. Okay, good. Good. That's all of benchmarking for now. But that means that those two work well, and I'm happy with that. Great. So what is next? We've got our info, we've got our version. They both work. So I'm just gonna straight up delete them. Okay. Create, we're gonna delete from here as well. So here we're just saying that we have info and versions. So make info and version queries work with CBOR. Beautiful. Push it. And what is next? So let's do the sign up. Okay. We search for sign up, query sign up. Okay, so what do we have here? Oh, this is similar to sign in. So we can just put them side by side and see what happens. So okay, still looks similar. Huh. I think we'll be able to optimize a little bit. Okay, so we've got. I can actually take a peek at this because look at that. I'm doing this bunch of weird stuff. All I need to do now is just that one thing, and I can delete those two. And I can delete those three. That's nicer. And the same thing will happen here. To just simplify it as much as we can. And then this last one, we basically had data is create this new SurrealDB object. We put those in, and then, and that's it. So why do I do it this way? Why not %% star, and we just say, hey, namespace is this, data, and those things are this, right? I mean, it seems to be the same thing anyway. Why wouldn't that work? Oh, we need commas, of course. Okay, now it's happy. This should be surreal object. And therefore it should work here. In my opinion, at least. And this is pretty much the same thing because we provide namespace, database, and access control. The only thing is that here I was saying this is var args of parameters. And looks like I'm not using them anywhere here. Oh, because I had some problem, right? Because I had those parameters and basically I needed to additionally go over them and start adding them here. So do I want them as separate objects? Or do I want them as uh hmm. I would want them just as a surreal object. No? Surreal value. So that's the limitation that we have right now because I have this one type that can hold all of those types. But at the same time, I would like to have specified those separate distinct ones that I can require. Hey, this needs to be of that type. That thing needs to be of the other type. But what I could do here is basically say static. Oh, that means that I wouldn't be able to create those objects on the fly. Now, let's just make it a check here. Basically, if params kind is not surreal object, we're gonna raise an exception that, oh, sorry, special objects for params, and that's it. Okay, so we're gonna grab that, or we could actually grab our params. Can I make it optional or something? No. This should always have something. So let's do our params is this. So I could just say params. And we just say an essence namespace, db, and ac. And just magically say params here. I think. Right? And the thing is that I would need to manually serialize each one of them when I'm doing that. Can I make it happen automatically? So surreal object or object. No, this was map. That's what I called it because object I wasn't able to use object. So we have access and here we have assignment where we basically give it a surreal value. So what if, why does it take var as a surreal value? What the heck? Oh, no, that's the thing. It takes a key and surreal value here as a new value. I wonder if I could make it so that it automatically tries to convert itself here. Can I make like a nice converter for that? Because I recall we were doing something with converters for the magical query params, right? We had converter to query params table, and it took t static int whatever. Static int. Huh? Oh, because we're initializing tables and whatnot. So let's try to define our own converter a little bit simpler for shared. And after this whole thing with this thing, we can just say converter to surreal value. Converter is gonna be just, oh, because the thing is that I want it to happen automatically so that several of those types can just magically work. And we have something here, and we can say that this is a real value, and it would basically call this part on the input. But can I? No, because this has to be converted, so it's just a proc. Where is sign up? I mean, it would be nice to just specify it here, right? That it automatically assumes that there's something, just call that other thing on it, and that'll be it. So maybe I should just make an assignment operator that acts as a template. Maybe that's even possible. I'm in unfamiliar territory right now. So let's define a template like this, right? That can be called on the same thing, Surreal object. I'll be right back. Sorry about that. Needed to go and help out with something. All right, so we can continue making a template. So the template, surreal object var of type surreal value, right? A new value will be untyped, right? That's the whole idea. That it could be something. So allows you to use this operator to skip the operator, right? Okay. So we just say, what the hell would that be? Okay, so we need to have the same thing. Okay, so we just say, what is it? Surreal, wait, surreal object, key is, and we just do this with new value, and that's it, right? I guess. Will that work for a template? I think it should. So let's see if it wants to work here. I mean, it's not complaining, and in theory, Nim should see that, okay, if I'm gonna substitute that template, does it still compile? And it should say yes. Okay? In theory. If that's gonna work, I will be very, very happy. We'll see. All right. So that's that, and in theory, we could simplify lots of queries and other stuff in similar fashion as well, where we just make things magically turn themselves into the surreal value if necessary or something. Okay. All right. So sign up should work in this fashion, and we can just say, I mean, this should work magically as well. Right? I think so. So what is the problem here? If params kind is not surreal object, okay, the input, right? Yeah. So the same thing here, surreal value. So why am I doing this? Because that makes it possible, I guess. What? What did I just copy? I copied this thing, please. So place that thing that I pasted. There we go. I mean, it should work. It's just complaining that this isn't really compatible. And we just provide, instead of that, it'll be just that of params. So that's that. And okay, get string, because we're gonna get the token back, right? And it's supposed to return a token. Yeah, just a string. Let's see if this is still compiled, because we just modified this one, which out of nowhere doesn't complain right now. I don't know why it stopped complaining. But let's try to run this thing. This is one of those that we actually need to test. Oh, it just worked. Yeah, good. Why doesn't it work here? Wait, what did I just do? Control J. Okay, still works. So I want to compare the two. Yes, yes, and yes. All is good. Future of that, good. Here we're checking if the parameters are surreal object, and let's do the same thing here because we don't want unnecessary trouble. Okay. Sign in as record user. We've got our params. Good. Params, this is namespace, database, and access control. That's all, should be fine. Okay. Response is this, is okay, and whatnot. So it's all good. And they all use shared imports. So that's good. All right. Beautiful. I presume it's gonna work. It compiled, right? It didn't have a problem with compilation, so that means something. So let's just push those changes because these are pretty decent changes in my opinion. So we have the implement sign up and make the assignment work better. So basically make sign up work with CBOR. That's pretty much it. Yeah. All right. So I would like to revisit use because that's the one that I know that isn't fully completed because that was the first one that I quickly kind of changed and I didn't have all the goodies at that point. So let's go to use, query use, and we can just revisit it. And we also need to revisit this part where it describes what are the possible values. So initially, we weren't able to implement them all in JSON because we weren't able to send the null value. The non value, we were only able to kind of send the null, and that wasn't the greatest. So let's just take a look at the documentation for the use. This method specifies or unsets the name space and or database for the current connection. And accept the values. For either the namespace database, a string will change the value. Null will unset the value, and the none will cause the value to not be affected. Okay. So I think this is unchanged, and we have all the possible changes, right? So I'm gonna copy it and compare it if it actually looks the same, right? One change to test this and that. Yeah, it's all the same. So let's do that. All right. Let's just make sure that all the variants work. Oh, wait, we need that many? What the hell? Or, oh, wait, we could just say that, hey, now you either give us a string or null or none for each one of them. And we just place it in here and it all should work. This is one thing, right? Because here we're hard coding, like do ones and do other weird stuff. Now finally have a proper serialization that's compatible with SurrealDB, so we should be able to just have one. And this is gonna be string or null. Or null or none. I think. Wait, type was capital, right? And here, null or none. Null, none. From now on, I'll be making null and none just capitalized so that it looks just like in SurrealDB, wherever we see it. And the same thing should happen here, in theory. Oh, it's non-type. Okay. It's non-type and null type. There we go, because non and null are just values. And this is really complaining right now. Oh, because we have import none and null. Okay. So let's actually put our non in front of null. So that it's a bit more in similar order. And now they're not complaining. All right. So let's just kind of move them around here a little bit so that it's a bit more legible. Because it kind of isn't without it. Okay, and I saw that some people indent this part rather than the other part. So I'm kind of liking it. All right, this is good. This is now complaining that blah 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 expected name. Oh, now it says there's no. Oh, so I would need to make this. Oh, can I just do this? Will it fix it magically? No. Unless parentheses can save me. Oh, parentheses could save me. Possibly. Possibly, maybe. All right. So in that case, I would be able to I need to finally read through that recommended, like formatting style for NIM, because I'm making a lot of just wild guesses here. Okay, so let's say that our parameters, this is a sequence of this and that. I think I could just specify it here, you know? Just namespace and database. But do I need to actually serialize them, or will they do that themselves? I don't think they will do it themselves. So we're just gonna say this and that here, and this way we can just get rid of this one line and have it a little bit nicer, and that's it. Okay. I think this should take care of everything now. Like, we don't have all those variants, so let's just make sure that this still works. So let's go to our surreal.nym, and we're gonna run test. It did not complain. Okay. But if we're gonna go here and say that our test is null instead, it still shouldn't complain in theory, right? Okay. There was a problem with the database, specified database to use. Exactly, because we just cleared the database. We're gonna say none. I'm gonna have also the same error, right? But we can mix and match, and now it should be fine. Okay, good. And we're gonna say none here. And how it works behind the scene, that's up to the user. Okay, great. That's awesome. So we get back to here, and it should just straight up beautifully work. Perfect. So let's just maybe reuse our description from here. We're just gonna give it as an explanation. Inside the documentation for the things. So we're just gonna go to our query use, and in the documentation, use the namespace and database specifiers. Use specified by the given parameters. Make sure proper escape the namespace and database names, possibly using JSON serialization. Escape them. I'm gonna leave that comment for now. So okay, and we're just gonna blob it here, right? Right here. Oops. To here. Wait. Come on. Okay. And we can just add one, which will be namespace. And this is DB. Okay. One change. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, cool. So those variants, and this should be described in documentation. So it's gonna have at least some info in there. Good. That means I can just straight up get rid of this use namespace or use and just other weird stuff. It's all in here. So now they're all possible. When implementing CBOR serializer, make sure to support the non-value. This is not supported by JSON. We can get rid of all this not nice things. Awesome. Wow, this is moving forward real fast. I didn't expect that we're gonna make that much progress today. And make it so nice out of nowhere. Okay. Implement missing cases of use query. Okay. It's not the best description, but hey, something. So now we're gonna go to authenticate. I think it's gonna be very similar to the sign-in and whatnot. So we're going to authenticate. And what do we need to provide here? Authenticate with the given token. Oh, we just provide a token and that's it, right? We return non-type, so that's it. RPC method, we just need to provide here our lovely token. And that's pretty much it. And it's an RPC, it wants a token of serialized one. Bam, done. That's it. That was again easier than expected. Make authenticate query work with CBOR. There we go. We push it, and soon enough we'll have upgraded version of our library. Huh. So next query invalidate. Don't remember what that one did. Validate, right? Response. So this would be non-type. Returns a record of an authenticated record user. Invalidate. I don't think so. What the hell is invalidate? This method will invalidate user's session for the current connection. Invalidates the user's session for the current connection. Okay, cool. So we just do that and empty this thing and okay. That's it. Okay, cool. Make invalidate query work with CBOR. Beautiful. So now we're gonna have let. And what on earth was let? Let's close some of those. Let. Set a variable for the current connection. Okay. So I need to look up the documentation for that because I need to know if we can put an actual value here or we can put a query somehow in here. Because I'm just wondering, how does it interpret it? Let. WebSocket only, huh? This method stores a variable on the current connection. Okay. So give it the value, but the value for the variable. So in theory, we could just plop it a string, but the question is, will it evaluate the string or not? Because I want to know if I should allow specifying a SurrealDB here or not. That's the main question here. Because right now, we're just showing that we are actually providing SurrealDB, right? And here we're just saying that first one is name, the other is strict. So name, and then we have the value. So we don't need to do those weird things here anymore. It'll be name. And then the value. And the value could be anything. In this case, we're serializing the SurrealDB. So I want to check that out. I just absolutely need to check that out. Return non-type, and that's it. So what is the problem now? Oh, no problem. Okay. So let's check that out. Not this one. .nym. So let's make it. I guess for that one, I would need to quickly just have the normal query implemented. Do we have like a query or something? Oh, here's query. Let's just enable query and quickly do it, because when we have the default normal query, we'll be able to just return whatever values we want and quickly test things. Query. Okay, we have two variants. One takes the SurrealQL and one takes SurrealQL and additional params. So first of all, the params will be simply surreal value for now. And therefore we don't plop that one here. This will be an empty array. And here, what the hell? You are supposed to be this, and you are supposed to be this. So looks like we just take the query and turn it into a string, and that's it. Okay? It's as simple as that. And this thing isn't happy now. Wait a moment. Do we need to always provide the thing? So let's take a peek at query. Vars is optional, so we can leave it out. Not provide anything, just the SQL. Okay. All right. So we just do that. There we go. Just a query. Okay. And here we just do the other stuff. So instead of JSON node, we have a surreal value. Okie dokie. That should make it happy. And because it's already surreal value, we are good. All right. So that means we have query. And if we have query, we can go to our surreal.nym and just test it. So I'm gonna skip the whole select response. We're just gonna go with let query response and await surreal query, and we're gonna return hello, because that will be our parameter. Okay, I'm gonna say return hello. That's it. Let surreal wait, query response. And then if it's okay, we just say it's okay, and we return a value. Otherwise, we just plop that thing. And what is the problem here now? It doesn't realize something. Let symbol requires an initialization. I'm doing it right here. Okay, this is just confused for some reason. So let's try to run it. And what's gonna happen? Type mismatch. Oh, because this needs to be SurrealQL. There we go. And now it's happy. It returned none, this, and even the time. So that's good. And the time looks like it was returned just as a string, so not even as a duration, which is interesting. Because I kind of would expect it to be returned as a duration, but hey, I'll take it. Okay. Result just none. So let's just try to do let response. We're just gonna say that the hello is supposed to be oh hi mark. Okay, this will be our message that we're gonna set, and this needs to be already a surreal value here. I mean, it's supposed to be Yeah, just the serial value. Right? Oh, I have it right now as a SurrealDB. Okay, I see. So high mark, and this will be our SurrealDB. I'll see what the hell's gonna happen, if it's gonna work or not. And we're just gonna print out the standard let response and whatnot. Imported and unused query let. What? Oh, because we need to. Huh. I mean, it should work, right? Attempting to call undeclared routine let. I mean, this is imported, but not enabled. Okay, not exported. That's why. Okay, so numbers 4 and 5 should be 1, 2. So 3 is our let. Response is none, which is fine. Interesting how it's lowercase none. And then 4 is our response. When we queried it, we got a string oh high mark. Okay, all right. What if I'm gonna wrap this, string in there? Like quote a string in it, put a double quote in there, whatever. I hope it's gonna work. Because isn't this thing supposed to be like the raw string or something? I need to use triple or something. Some weird stuff. Okay, it's still interpreted it as there are no quotes. All right, so if I'm gonna put another double quote here, so it's gonna be quote within quotes there, it's gonna be confused. Oh, it returned. Wait, what was the previous return? Previous return was normal without any quotes. This one straight out has double quotes inside. Huh. So that means that in theory I could do something like 12 plus 5 in here. So it should return 17 maybe? No, it takes it as a string. Okay. Huh. So how would I send a query? Because in theory you should be able to do that, but I guess the let statement tries to assign an actual value. And that's the difference here, I guess. If I would try to give it return hello, will that evaluate it or not? Okay, it's always a string, and that's how it goes. All right, so SurrealDB just doesn't work here. I just need to give it, I don't know, world, or give it a number, or something else, something that can be serializable. Blah, blah, blah. So let's make the let our prototype for how to deal with those situations, because this could be quite nice. So let's define that our let as a value will take surreal value, but so that we don't have to define it every time from scratch, we're just gonna create proc or template let that takes untyped value. And it's just gonna be what? db.let name, and we just realize the value, and that's all we do here. Right? Yeah. Okay. I hope it's gonna work. It should, I guess. And we don't need to import SurrealQL. The serial value should be already imported. So let's see if it works. We go to our surreal.nym, and we're just gonna give it 123. Will that work magically? Please work. Got serial value for value, but expect a string. What? Oh, expected a string. So no, we're just plopping it here because that's it. Okay. My bad. Can I just do Control Tab to go back here? Yes. Okay, we got an actual number. So we should, in theory, just say hello, and the value will be those two strings as an array. And it works. Okay, now we're talking. So we can make those things automatically, just magically work. This is great. Absolutely great. Okay. So we made a query and let go. Cool. So in Surreal, we're gonna ignore this part and queries. We're gonna start with let. Alrighty. Bam. Make let query work with CBOR. And then we're gonna just have the make query work with CBOR. Alrighty, this is starting to become ergonomic. So if that's the case, can we make any of the previous ones use the same system where we have this template just allow for whatever type of value here and it's just gonna magically work? Because some of them could use it. So what other things we have open? This go away, this go away. I'm just gonna close a bunch of stuff that we don't really need right now. Definitely not this one, and definitely not this one. And query select, we can close. So let's go to info. We don't put anything in info, anything in version. Sign up. We just provide normal values, and then we have params as serial value, which should be an object. I mean, in theory, we could kind of do it, right? Template, sign up, where I could copy the whole thing. Yeah, let's just copy the whole thing. That's gonna work the best, I guess. We just turn it into template, and this will be untyped, and therefore, oh, I made it like that. Can I just do this and then that as an inverse? We need to give it the same thing here. Sign up as a record user. Okay. Let's actually keep it the same way here. There we go. So sign up as a record user, and this would be simply db sign up. We provide the same things, but we just serialize the parameters. And this is complaining now because undeclared identifier params. because for some reason it doesn't see it. Ay, ay, ay. I hope that this indentation would work, but maybe not. Gosh, I don't like this formatting here. It's just so confusing. If only name would have no curly brackets, it would be so much nicer. Okay, so that's it for this one, because everything else is just a string and we don't do any funny things in there. And this is still complaining. What the heck? You have params here. So maybe that tries to tell us that it doesn't matter how we're going to format it, it's going to work anyway. I'm desperate for different kind of formatting, so I'm going to try it. This is sign up. We're going to have the same thing with sign in. Although we have a little bit more of them here. But no, this one doesn't need crazy magic. This one doesn't need crazy magic, nor this one. This is the only one that kind of wants crazy magic. So we're gonna do it this way. I like to format it that way. Oops. And then we're gonna do template, sign in. Bam, bam, bam. And we just do that little thing. Cool. Let's see if it works. Something tells me that formatting Nim will be like, sorry, you shall not pass. Yep, invalid indentation. Absolutely sucks. Okay, now it recognize them as something. Okay, so there's progress. Okay, and we do the same thing here. And I'll keep the main comment not in the same indentation. At least I'll try. Because I'm hoping that this way I can just have it a little bit more obvious that this is part of the description, not something else. Ah. 9. So do I need to put that here as well? Oh, I need a comment on that same thing. Huh. Does it mean that I can push it and... Gosh, I'm so desperate. That I can do this? Pretty please? This might work. Because, you know, we did kind of something like that, right? 27. Complains about this one, not the other one. Oh, this is so awesome. So that means I can just call it like that. And that means I can have this one here and this one here. Well, this one will be here and here. That might just magically work. Can I transform this kind of node into async proc? How was I defining it earlier? Because now I have this whole async thing. Query let. I just specified it as untyped. Oh, and that's it. Okay. That's good. Good for me. Untyped. Works. It works. That means that, and I mean, I don't have actual usage of that either in sign in on any other form. So, oh well. But hey, it's progress. Sign up, sign in, authenticate. That was just a token, so that's not a problem. Let we just did, query we just did, select. So the select needs to provide either a table name or a record ID. Okay. And we're just forcing it to be one of those. We don't want to allow a string for security purposes. And that just realizes the table name on its own, and that's it. So that one's good. What about create? We have the thing which stays, but we have content, which should be the surreal value. So what we could do is specify the same one that basically is the untyped, and it just serializes content for us, and that's it. And therefore, we could just pass it value, pass it something else, whatever, it's gonna work. Most likely, we'll just put a whole larger value. Great. I'm good with that. That's that. So let's just add the comment that we did some bunch of stuff. Create, sign in and sign up. Add automatic. Automatic surreal value conversions or serialization. Conversion. Whatever. It's just a comment and something that will be squashed, so it like truly doesn't matter. Okay, so we've got those. Let's hide this panel and let's just continue on. So unset. Okay, let's go over unset. Set. So again, returns non-tab, remove the provided variable from the current connection, and we just say which variable, and that's literally it. Oops. The heck. Okay, good. And wow, that's it. Wait, our queries need to be saved. There we go. So this will be simply make onset query work with CBOR. There we go. And now we're gonna look at live. Oh, query live. Do we have query live? We don't have that yet. No big deal. We're gonna get that. That will be actually fun. We can probably easily do that in one live stream at some point. Kill will be for live queries as well. That will be actually quite fun to play with those live queries. So now let's just go over insert. All right, so we have, oh, there we go, query params, which in this case should be, oh, so look at that. So replace query params with some proper type for passing content. Huh. So this is where we need to be careful, because the insert should allow us to insert one thing into the table or multiple things into the table. Okay. Insert multiple record into the specified table. Per params table. Oh, just var args here for some reason. Something that we won't be using anymore. So the question is, do we make it as a sequence or something? Or do we make some magic behind the scenes? How should we approach it now? Because, I mean, if we put in an array, that totally wouldn't make sense if you're setting it, you know, as an insert. Because insert should take an object. Right? Yeah, the name value pairs, and that's it. Okay, all right, I see. And what is going on with Twitch? Twitch is in a red nonstop. What the heck? My internet recently sucks more and more. I mean, unless they change something and suddenly different bitrates have different good bad values. But I don't know. Because Twitch most of the time was complaining like, oh, you have too high bitrate. You're sending too much information. While the same value for YouTube is like, oh my gosh, you're barely sending any information. They wanted to be like 3 times more data. But okay, it works. So, okay, so we can basically differentiate between those depending if we pass an array or something else, or a sequence. Okay, sequence should work as well. And how does it differentiate on the side of here? Insert. Thing and data. One or multiple records. Okay. Like parents. And it's a list. And here we have the person. But what about multiple ones? Bulk insert. This, we have person, and we actually put in multiple records here. Oh, okay. So that's a little bit different. It's not like we have one element, which is an array inside here. We are actually splitting them as simple multiple records. Okay. So we're going to have a surreal value, and we're going to have a sequence of surreal value. Okay. Something of that sort. Sequence or something else. Varargs, open array or something. What is the difference between varargs and open array? Oh, varargs allow us to do multiple things. So let's say that I have varargs of surreal value. Okay. We're going to try to have those two. And the third one is the multiple records into the specified table. This wrapper makes sure that varargs are converted to a sequence, as async procs can't handle varargs. Oh, that's what it was. So this was the non-asynchronous while it does this thing. Go figure. So that's it. I see. Okay, makes sense. So we're not gonna have this really. This is gonna be a sequence, and this is gonna be the actual thing that we're doing here. Okay. And instead of query params, it will be surreal value to query params table. Oh no. I guess we don't need this part. Don't know how we're gonna handle that with that template thing. I guess template will work for this one, but not for the other ones, okay? I think that's what's gonna happen. So this part is nearly fine. So we just need to say that we are providing the thing where we serialize the table, which shouldn't allow to be a string. Come on. So this will be the table, and we can start the same thing here. And then we have the contents. Really? Wait a moment. So we have param, this thing or a list. Oh, okay. I see. Huh. So in this case, it will be just the surreal value, right? We just need to make sure that the surreal value is an object. So if the content kind is not surreal object, we'll just need to say we expect a surreal object for content, and that's it. But now For the bulk insert, we need to basically check every single one of them. If contents length is 0, we say sorry, expected at least 1. And then for item and contents, we need to check if they're all objects, just to make sure that it's all okay. I mean, that should be fast. We just go over it only once, so no big deal. And other than that, we just send the contents, which should be a sequence, which means we make an array of that. What the hell are we doing now? New surreal, new surreal array. And we make it out of the sequence of contents. Does that make sense? Array.nym. New surreal array. And we're accepting a sequence of surreal values. Okay, that's good. Cool. I can live with that. So why are we trying to do that? If we're gonna send as a sequence, it's gonna call it straight here. If not, we have this thing that is gonna wrap it. We have var args, which could access anything. To be honest, we could just do this and say that this is gonna be surreal value. This will be insert bulk. Okay. And this thing insert here is gonna be var args of surreal value. And that's just gonna turn it into a sequence. No, not into a sequence. It's gonna be the new surreal array, which, means we don't have to explicitly turn it into a sequence because we're already accepting just something like an open array, which that's what var args are, right? I think. And now we will have the template for the contents. And this will be untyped. So, So we would basically need to check. I don't like it. Let's add the operator here and see if we can just skip this whole part. Okay. Let's see what we can do with this insert here already at this stage it is, because I am getting a little bit confused. So let's go to Surreal. Somewhere here, we just skip the whole query this and that. We're just gonna have let insert response. And we're gonna insert initially just one object, okay? Name bad, state, sleepy, whatever. Let's make it something different, a book, right? Name will be night watch, right? And price will be this thing, okay? And that should be enough for now. So this, in theory, should insert just that one element. Should. That's a keyword here, okay? To the table item. Let's make table book. And what is going with YouTube now? OBS is showing that it's healthy. Oh, it's fluctuate a lot. Whew. So I'm gonna stop the YouTube stream and restart it. And in theory, I should be back, hopefully. All right, I should be back. Hopefully it's gonna stay stable now. If not, I really can't help it. Hopefully soon I'm gonna get fiber internet. Seems like they just stole fiber near me, so maybe I'll be able to switch from the very unreliable and annoying Xfinity. Okay. So I don't know what it's complaining right now because there's some this has no type or whatever. Screw you. I have this and else this. Okay. I want to run my task. Type mismatch. What are we expecting here then? Table and content as a serial value. And this one's var arg, so I guess it gets confused which one it's supposed to use. Is that right? Yeah, I think that's the case. So in theory, we could just check if it's one value, just call this one, or if not, do the other one. But at the same time, if we want to send just one, here we're wrapping in a sequence anyway. So why bother even having this one if we can have just this one? And that's gonna already wrap everything for us. So let's save that. Let's get back to our surreal. And now it should complain less. No. It's a mismatch. We have this and that. We input this thing. Surreal, blah, 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 that. And expected part number 1. Position 1, insert, var string, var sequence. Huh? I'm doing surreal everywhere else. What's up with this whole weird stuff here? Unless, again, I forgot to do something here. I have insert. Of course, I didn't. Oh my goodness. I'm wasting time. Please try it now. Okay, we're moving forward. So it should be supposed to be var args, but expected one of the first mismatch. New serial array, serial value, extra argument given. What? New serial array. Oh, It's just complaining from within here that I'm trying to create new serial array. Well, I should say to serial array. So we do contents to serial array. There we go. Okay. At least we fixed that part. Now insert response. Echo insert response. Insert response. JSON node. Oh, we have it specified as JSON node still? Oh yeah. Oops. There we go. This is better. And therefore here, it should be all good. All right. Please work. Nope. I mean, tries back. Okay, so runtime error this time. Call depth limit reached in a debug build. Oh, so I guess because I'm calling one, not the other. I think I know, right? Yeah, I'm calling insert, which is itself. I'm just wrapping it forever. Okay, so this should be insert bulk. Sure. Insert bulk. Uh, and that waits for serial value. That should be not an object. Oh, wait. So it should be if contents kind is not an array, just be upset. Then otherwise check if it's 0, then it should be upset. And that's that. Okay. Come on. This and we go here. Okay, type mismatch. Now we have something different. Okay, we're getting forward. If errors change after we fix one thing after another, that's always progress. Okay, so inside here we have type mismatch. Oh, because we can't iterate over the contents. So from there we just can get sequence. Ew. Let's just assume that it's fine. Okay. Let's just not turn into sequences. Let's not do some random stuff. There's no need for that. If you shove them something wrong, sorry user, you did something wrong. You're gonna get weird errors from the database for now. And I run the wrong thing. Again, type mismatch. And here. What? Why did it run the other time then? What the heck? Wait a moment. Send RPC table, new serial array. Oh, we're not doing that anymore. We already have an array. So many little things. And now it was happy. Instant response. Bam, we created a night watch. So now let's perform the other test. Where we simply try to put two things. Okay, so we're gonna make it a list, or not even, I mean, we could just make it a list here, right? Although it's gonna wrap it. So what we wanna do is just say, okay, we have this object. I mean, we could just put an object too, right? Is it gonna work? Because in theory, we have that thing there that tries to convert everything. So let's see if that works. So we're just gonna change the book into, I don't know, the color of magic, okay? And let's try to run it. Mismatch got full 64 for 199, but expected a string. What? Oh, okay. All right. I see what's going on here. So with var args, we have a problem where simply if we do this, it just thinks it's a, what do you call it? Normal table, therefore they all need to be the same. Okay, so if I'm going to go back here, so this won't work for us because that means that, you know, each one of the values will need to be exactly the same. All right. Therefore, we're expecting that it's a list of serial values. So somehow we need to make a template that takes a vargs of unknown or untyped. Contents is untyped. Can I do var args untyped? Is that possible? What the heck? How do I even approach it? Nym template with var args of untyped. How to count this inside a template? So I have this thing. Blah, blah, blah. You can dispatch with macros at compile time. Not sure about the template issue. Yeah, quote do, blah, blah, blah. Nym vargs and template. How do you use var args in a template? I know that it's possible to do that with a macro, but I'm wondering if it's also possible with a template too. Example below doesn't compile, but this is working. Require blah blah blah. Var args does work in template, but your use case requires a macro, and a template is just code substitution, and the following code is not valid nym code. Okay. So there will be no way to substitute for it, right? Although no. So how on earth can we write a macro that will go over all the given of I think we're just gonna add a variant that takes. So we have contents. We basically need to check for each one of them, each one of those var args. If they're an array, then just flatten them all. And this way, if we're gonna give one that is just an array, it's just gonna be fine. This way we could just say that it's untyped, you know, it didn't fit into vargs of serial value or something. We can insert record slash records. Okay. All right. And wait, this was just a normal comment. Let's make it a normal comment, not the documentation comment, okay? And this template, this is a convenience template that allows you to skip this operator. Okay. Do insert table contents. No, we would want to do insert bulk. Oh, but template will suddenly make it not possible to use insert bulk? Oh no, because it was substituted and insert bulk would need to be exposed and all this shenanigans. Ew. Let's just leave it this way, okay? Contents untyped. And let's just try to make it so that we call this thing where we just simply do that. And it should be a serial value. And here we're just gonna make it if, I mean, so let's make a new serial array and can we just keep adding to it? Yeah, we have option to add. Okay. And we have even this thing that shouldn't work. Okay. Yeah, this could use improvement as well. So let's do something like var uh records is new surreal array. Okay? Just like that. Oh, let's make it a sequence and create array out of the sequence. Because this means that every time we add, we'll just perform additional checks that we don't really want. So let's make it a sequence of serial value. Okay. So we can just make it, hey, this is a sequence serial value, this is a new one. So we go for record and contents. So if record dot kind, so let's do case record kind, okay? If it's a real object, we add the record, okay, to our contents. Otherwise, if it's a serial array, we need to add them all. Dot get sequence. Wait, does that work? Where we try to add a sequence? Gosh, I'm getting so confused. I guess we should be able to add a sequence, right? Hopefully. So that will be that, and else, like, well, sorry, I expected this or that for contents. And after that, we just do insert bulk, and we just take the records to serial array, and that should theoretically be it. And this would just make sure that we actually serialize the whole thing. Oof. So let's do some tests, okay? First of all, we're gonna say that this should work without it being serial value, just a single one, right? So let's try to see if it compiles or runs or whatever. Got false 64, but expected a string. Where? Here. That means it didn't work. Come on. Use template. Okay, because it's a serial value? No, it's not a serial value. What? Huh? Okay. Contents is just a single thing. Serial value, right? A single one. No strange var args because they kind of screw everything up. And either give it a list or not. And again, it tries to not use the template. Why? Because it thinks that no. Gosh, it was going so well, and now we have this strange set of errors. I have it saved, right? Yeah. Because this should not matter at all. Huh. I'm surprised that it tries to use this one rather than something else. Because content is supposed to be untyped, and therefore I'm converting it here. Because the moment I'm gonna add this thing here, it's gonna be fine, right? I can just create it. Or insert it or whatnot. Oh, now we've got a problem. Again, mismatch. Expression items contents. In here. Oh, because we have just one. Oh, yeah, of course. Because we simplified it. So basically, we can just say that we have a case of contents kind. All right. If it's an object, we just return insert bulk of that record. Okay. If not, we need to, if it's an array, just send that as well. Oh, but here we just needed to wrap it in an array, right? So it's a serial value. So we basically need to make it a sequence, right? With contents dot to serial array. Okay. Beautiful. And here we're just gonna do return we just give it the thing. We don't need to do to serial array or anything. Okay, good. Otherwise, we have the problematic one. Let's see if this changes anything. Now this one worked. Okay. Looks like we created a book. It's good. My internet is just going real unhappy. I'm sorry. Just fluctuates a lot. No idea why. Okay, so we've got that one. Next will be the test where we again remove this part and makes me perhaps said that it just doesn't work out of nowhere. Like out of nowhere, it just won't work. Come on. If I'm gonna wrap it in an array, will you suddenly start working? No, it won't. Okay, so for some reason, this thing matches better than this thing. I don't know why. Because we have exactly the same thing in so many other things. Like query sign in. We have the same thing. Either is a serial value or not. And it works. I think. I think. I mean, it works for let, right? This is the one where we checked it. Either serial value or untyped. So it's very strange that Works here, doesn't work here. Hmm. I don't know. I guess we're gonna leave that for now, that one. Uh, I'm just gonna add a to do. Why does this not work? No clue. All right. At least we've got something going on here. And just, I don't think we need sequence utilities for that to work either. Okay, so we have basic part working. Then let's just go to here. I mean, we don't care about this part, so we're just gonna go and push the changes. Queries. Make insert query work with CBOR. So what next is the update query. Update will be probably very similar. So what I'm gonna do is open the insert on this side, and here we're gonna go with update. Oh, it looks a little bit simpler. Okay, so update will just take node query params. So replace either all records in the table or a single record with a specified content. So this will be surreal value. Okay. And not JSON null, but surreal value. There we go. And we just send the RPC where we just have this, our thing, which we need to specify that it's not a string. And content, which should be already properly formatted. Okay. Which says record ID as a thing. We already have that thing going. So here I want a template, right? That just makes, reformats the thing. And I want to test both because I am really upset that the other one doesn't work. Like, what the hell? So let's go and we can close this one. We can close this one and we can go to Surreal. Okay. So last time we created, maybe no, at some point we created the thing. So we should have book ID, this thing. Okay. So this should be our ID. Update. And this will be the RC for record. And we want to update it with specific values. Like in this case, I just want to update the price to maybe something lower, and that's it. Okay. So we want to update it. Update and update. There we go. So let's run it and see what happens. Got the same problem. If we're gonna run this thing here, it's gonna be fine. Okay. So this is the same scenario where we need to figure out why this thing doesn't work. Okay. Why does this not work? Because it's supposed to work. So I'm gonna give up, and on the future ones, I'm not gonna be implementing that. This way, we'll be able to figure it out. Excuse me. This way, I'll be able to probably ask around and figure it out on my own instead of wasting the stream time. So if that's the case, let's just push it as always. Make update query work with CBOR. Okay. And wait, did it actually update for us? Yeah, it updated the whole thing. Great. That worked. So let's go with absurd. Absurd is an absurd name. I like the name absurd. Absurd is gonna be the simple thing. Surreal value. There we go. The same thing here. And just a few modifications here. All right. I mean, in theory, I could just make a second variant of that with a type that's any of those supporting this one. Like have a type pre-specified, like surreal value able thing. And then we just make one where we do that. But then it wouldn't replace the thing with the proper thing. So no, it still won't work. Huh. Because the whole idea is that that replacement is able to, the template is able to completely replace it and place this thing in front of it, turning the normal value into a macro, and that's what makes it work. Yeah. Oh well. Okay, so that's our basically absurd. We don't need to really test it because this is a real simple change. Oh, although I don't want a string here. And let me just check if the same thing in update was defined. Okay, update is clean. Good. So this one's good. Make absurd query work with CBOR. We're gonna probably, well, we're already nearly finishing it. Okay, let's just take a peek at relate. Relate. So we have DB, then we have N as a string or record ID. And why is it string? Allow passing multiple records to in and out, allow passing data as a fourth parameter. Okay, this is one that could use some expansion. And I recall that this was slightly outdated in the documentation at some point. So let's take a peek at documentation. And where is it? Relate. Okay. So in relation out data. Okay, so that's corrected. Cool. In relation out and data optionally, right? Optional. So usage will be ID method, and we have params. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Otherwise, creating a relation with additional data where we can just plop data here. And isn't there an option where we can actually put an array here of multiple elements? I think there is. So that's that. But what happens if we're gonna make a table as an input? Is that possible? The relation is string or table name. In this case, it needs to be a table name, no matter what. So we basically give it a sequence. The first thing is the in that we can serialize. Then we've got relation and we've got out. And in theory, we can have the optional data. So we can have, a copy of it. It's not a string, it's just record ID at all times, okay? Let's keep it, properly typed. It's gonna return a serial value. So, that would be 1. But the thing is that I know that it's possible to pass arrays and other things. So we're gonna make proc relate, which is gonna be basically the same thing. But as input, it's gonna be surreal value. As an output is record ID. Ah, look at that. So so we could have many variants. Another variant with this to be record ID, while this to be surreal value, and a third one where both are surreal value. So I guess because we could just check if record ID or surreal value, right? Or surreal value, and can we do if in of record ID? I don't remember if it was off or something else. Uh, So if this one is of surreal value, if kind, case kind is surreal record, no, basically, if okay. So we could just do if, simple if n dot kind is not surreal record ID, or and it's not a surreal array. Then we're just gonna say sorry. It needs to be either this or that. Gonna have the same thing for out. Basically, whenever we have this thing, we need to replace it with out, or more like with out, like that. And that's it, because then we can still serialize both of those, no problem. I just don't know if I can use this off thing. But what if I'm gonna seriously just give it a table name? So we're gonna add a third variant with a table name. Let's just see if this works first, okay? So this is here. The relate needs to be like this. And let's switch to surreal, and we're just gonna say, because so we have that book. Let's just update or like insert book something else, right? This will be table book, and we're gonna say that it's not color of magic. This is gonna be I don't remember other names in English at least. uh Whatever. Dune. Okay. I should be able to run it right now to create a book. Okay. And that worked. So if that's the case, I can simply do let relate response. So we're gonna have this book uh relates relates to, and we're gonna give it the new book that we created here. And in theory, we could do relations between whatever because they don't check if those things exist, right? But let's say that I will do that from record here, table record. In theory, that should work. So let's just do that classic if it's okay. Otherwise, do this. Let's run it. Record ID cannot be of this subtype. What? Subtype. Instance of. How the hell do I check that? Nim, how to check type during. I mean, this is during runtime. Sure, run. No, not runtime. During whatever. How to check type of past argument. Whatever. The type only seems to work primitive types, type traits, and whatnot. Something is something. So I just say is. Will that magically work? Very light. Type mismatch. Expression kind. And here, expected one of those. JSON parser or nym node. Huh? I guess this doesn't make this to act like that. You serious? Even TypeScript does that. Because I really don't want to write 30 variants of it. That would kind of not be fun. I mean, there could be a way around it to just make that in, and we're serializing it, so we could kind of make it in this way. Let like var in value, which is serial value. Okay. And then we're just gonna say if in is record ID, in value is this. Otherwise, uh, this, right? And we can just say equals this or that. And we can just have it in one line. Equals if n is record ID, bam, else that. And out value will be the same thing, right? Then basically we can say if in value is this, okay. And this is gonna be the out value. All right. I mean, like this. Okay. And therefore we just say this will be in value. This is gonna be out value. There we go. And in theory, that should cause less problems as long as this is works, which I am not 100% sure. Mismatch, got record ID for in, but expected surreal value reference object type. Oh no. There we go. So annoying. Hmm. So let's keep searching for the proper value, okay? Because here var t token, echo t is token, d is integer, d is string. And we have nym manual, which I don't think is gonna be helpful. Part 3 is macros, which is pointless in this case. Okay, let's try to reach out to Claude. A past argument is of type A or type B. How can I do that? The following code doesn't compile. And we're gonna give it some nym code. In this case, we're just gonna do this. And we can actually make it let in here because why not? I like how it already has syntax highlighting for nym. It's kind of fun. Thinking deeply, stand by. And then the is operator is used for runtime type checking, but it doesn't work with union types. Instead, we need to use different approach to check and convert types. Here's how you can modify your code to achieve what you want. Okay, because a union type doesn't have any information during runtime. Okay. This is purely for compilation, and then it's going to compile into the one that is actually going to work properly. So we have the union types, right? And let value this when n is. Oh, I just do when. Oh, really? Let's use when and YOLO. Please work. Please work. Please work. And this should be per case, right? Per whatever we call it. Oh no. Or maybe it's gonna be smart enough to create variants for us. If that would be a thing, I would be very happy. It worked. No way. And we got a response that it worked. So what if I'm gonna make it into surreal value, okay? I'm just gonna make one of those be different. And run task again. To surreal value. I guess to surreal record, right? What the hell? Record. To surreal record ID. Okay, now it worked. Create another one. It's happy. Okay, so what if I'm going to do something different? What if I'm gonna give it an array? Okay, we're just gonna give it an array of one here and the other one here. Will that still work? Yeah, it works. What if I'm gonna make another here? That will be book ABC and book DEF. Will that magically work? Look at that. We got multiple. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that works. Oh, this is so nice. That means I can also put it here to have multiples here, which would make it into 1, 2, 3A, blah, 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 right? And save and run. No problem. So we can put whole arrays in here, which is already good. That's good. Okay. So let's just add a little, like, description here. It's to, relates records of a specified relation, both in and out can be either a single record ID, comma, single surreal object, or a surreal array of record IDs. Or surreal record ID. There we go. Or just that. Okay, so that's already big progress, but I want to check one more variant. I want to add a variant which is a table. Okay, so let's say that this one is going to be a table name. Okay, well, this one is just going to be our normal record ID. So we don't do any of those. We don't do any checks, just for testing. So what we're going to do is the in value. I mean, that will be just in relation and out. Okay, just like that. But I really want to test it. I want to test if I can relate the table items to run the book. So let's do relate TB item okay, to some random non-existent book, okay? Just like that, okay? And we don't want that. There we go. I want to see if that works. So try to run it. Wait. Relate error. There was a problem there, but could not execute relate statement or property out is item. Wait, out is item? Huh? Where's this thing? In relation out. How did it get to the point where it says that the out is the other one? Do I have it like mixed up here? I have in, out. Huh? Okay. But it's basically this thing. Okay, so this basically says that, oh, sorry, this needs to be a, what do you call it? They just need to be records. I can't put in a table. Although I wonder if that would work like randomly in something like in the, what do you call it? Surrealist. Because just curious. So I want to go to change connection, streaming, right? There's a new version of it. Look at that. Keeps updating so fast. So I am in dev, and I guess here, wait, what is the database that I'm connecting to? Test, right? Yeah. Explorer, we have item, and we have 10,000. I mean, we have 1,000 items. We have some 3 random books, so that's good. And relates to, and have a bunch of stuff for books. Good. So I want to do relate item, whatever relates to book 1 to 3 ABA. Okay. Can I run it? No. Unexpected token. Really? I guess it's because it's just a table name, right? It just really expects it to be an item. Yeah, and now it works. Okay, so that makes sense. We can't relate tables. Okay, cool. So that means that this is out of question. This is exhaustive. So now the only thing is to just have or not have the data at the end. And that's pretty much it. All right. So how do we do that? We would need to either send this or something else. I mean, one option will be to just copy it. The other one will be just to whatever. Don't even bother. So let's do it this way. We're gonna add another one, which will be data, which will be surreal value as always, but equals to null value or whatever. None. Okay. And something tells me I'll need to include types none. Include types none. Okay. Now it's gonna be happier. Got none type. Oh, ay. Or non type. Okay. Either one of those. And by default, it is none. So we do this and that, and then we do when data is non-type. We just send the stuff, right? Else, we need to basically say if data kind is not serial object, I mean data for the relation needs to be an object. So I expect the serial object data, and then it will be send this with the data at the end because it's already formatted as serial value, so that's gonna work. Okay, I think that's gonna work, and that's gonna optimize the thing as much as possible. Okay, those when things are actually cool. So I should be able to just add whatever item blah, and that's just to work, right? Run. Works. But I can add, for example, come on. Whatever is false, right? I should be able to just add that as data. And it should just run. It did run. And we got whatever set to false. Beautiful. Okay. Wow, this is so cool. Those little things, those little helping variants just make me happy. Okay, queries. Query relate, and let's just include just a note here. Data is optional. There we go. Perfect. Make relate query work with CBOR. Alrighty. Pushing through. So, oops. Let's just go and do the merge. I haven't implemented patch yet. That'll be one thing that I don't know why I'm kind of dreading it. So let's go to merge. This one should be easy, right? So this will be just surreal value. Bam, bam. This one will be this, and that will be just that. And that's it, right? Oh, and no string allowed. Either a table name or record ID, and that's it. I mean, in theory, it could be a serial value that holds a record ID, but let's not get there yet. In the future, we can add all those complexities and make variants and whatnot. All right. So that was simple. Okay. So looks like we have only 2 more queries to implement. Let's just do this thing here. Good, good. Yeah, that looks good. Okay. Bam, bam. Make merge query work with CBOR. And then next one is delete. I think that's gonna be simple as well. I hope. Of course, comma shenanigans, as always. Delete. Yeah, same thing. Just make sure it's serial value here and here that we have either table name or record ID and proper parsing or whatnot. Great. That's it. Gosh, these are way simpler than I expected. Okay. Make delete work with CBOR. There we go. Okay. So that's done, and now we can just go to the last one, which is query run. At least for now, it's the last one because we'll have GraphQL, and I don't know if we're gonna have query row or something. We'll see. Query run. There we go. So we go to run. So run function or run model. How do they differ? Function is name of the function and parameters. While model has name, version, and parameters. Okay. So let me just check the documentation for it. Because this probably has some quirks here. Where's run? There we go. Run. So function name, version, and arguments. So built-in function would just say run, for example, time now, right? We're gonna try that to see what kind of date we're gonna get. That's it. Custom function. So for example, this thing, null for the what was it? The name of it? Version, because that's only for machine learning stuff. And values like this in here. So this will be the data. So this would be an array of parameters. Not really, because this is just an array of values. So arguments, the arguments to pass to the function model. Okay. I see. Okay. So really it should be var args or something. But again, that just complicates things, so we're just gonna make sure that it's an array, okay? For now, because as I'm gonna learn how to solve the problem with you know, basically those templates replacing things for formatting and then vargs, then I'll be able to, make those a little bit nicer. So let's just make it that params will be true value. Okay. Same thing will go here. Okay. And I mean, we need to have a variant without those params, right? Because I can just send it without it. This is simple enough, so let's just make a copy of it without the parameters. This way we're just gonna have it like the simplest possible option. Just name string, send RPC, this would be at, just like we have it everywhere here. And then the name we need to properly treat. This will be none. None or null. We're expecting it to be null? Null or none? I don't know. Here it shows null for some reason. So we're gonna go with null. Huh. Import types. We're just gonna go with null and that's it. Okay. So we're gonna go with null. And the params don't exist here, so that's literally it. Just those two. Okay, I guess I need to convert that as well. Ugh. Null.nem. Yeah, we don't have. Oh yeah, we have surreal null. There we go. And that's already a proper value. There we go. Perfect. We don't need to do any conversions, as optimized as possible. Same thing will be here. Okay. And here we just need to pass those params. But the thing that needs to happen here is that if parents kind isn't surreal array, we just need to say expected surreal array for params. Unless we're just giving one, then we're gonna wrap it. Okay, so let's do that. Kind isn't array. So let's just do variable params is this, and then we're gonna say that params is user array, add this params to surreal array. There we go. And then we can put them here. This way, if we're just gonna give it something that's not an array, we'll assume that that's just one argument and that's it. Okay, cool. We already covered extra possibilities. So now we just need a similar equivalent to this thing, where we have one where we don't provide the params, right? And that's gonna be this, and the version, which needs to be a string, so that means we need to turn into this thing, just no params. While here we have this whole shenanigans with params to make sure they are correct. And we don't need to do that because they're already serial value. Cool. Great. So if that's the thing, we don't need a null here because it's already imported. I want to actually try that run value, because I want to see what I'm going to get from it. So let's do let run response, run function, and this will be time now. Okay, I want to see what the hell this thing's gonna return, because it's gonna return a date, and I don't think we have date implemented yet, so we should gonna get a fancy error. There we go. Exception message, tag not supported, tag date time compact. Okay. And we didn't print the value of it, unfortunately. Or did we? Switch to this and that, sign of token, and then we got error. Okay, but at least we got the, tag is not supported. So let's search for tag is not supported and add support for printing out the contents. So this is the tag. And what is this? We have the tag, which is just that. But do we have access to anything else rather than tag? We have the head, then we've got the tag, which we printed out. Which one? Can we just print out the rest? So let's do echo unsupported tag, this thing, and then we'll be with argument, with content. And I guess, wait, because tag just says what it is, the number, right? And then we just need to read the thing, right? So let's say it's a table name, right? An argument, read head. Okay, and then we're parsing the proper thing. Okay, let's just leave it the way it is. but we're gonna approach that because we'll need to implement those, right? Because, right now, the tag datetime compact is not supported, and I expect it to get an error, so I'm happy that at least that works. And that was the opportunity to check it, so that's awesome. Okay, so let's just close this and push our changes because we made the run actually work. So make run query work with CBOR. And just like that, we have theoretically support for all the possible queries that we had implemented before, which is not a trivial number, right? What the hell is this? Control Q is Explorer. Go away. I want queries. Okay, so the only thing that we will need to implement, from now on is the live queries, the patch, which I guess some people use, then sending GraphQL queries, which is gonna be probably very simple, unless we want to add validation, but not now, and query row, which I don't think we'll be implementing. So for now, I'm actually happy with what we have here. So I would like to go to README and start updating it. Because what do we have here? We have all this stuff here, installation, whatnot. Great. So usage example, that will be changed soon enough. I'm not gonna work on that yet, but we have all those. And following methods will be implemented after the CBOR-based RPC implemented. So yeah, these are waiting. And the next step, use CBOR instead of JSON for RPC requests. So I'm gonna just make myself a list. CBOR progress. So what do we need here? Really, progress? I'm just gonna make CBOR to do. Okay? Because we have still a few more tags to process, right? So let me go back to the, what was it? Decoder, right? So in the decoder, we have integers, and then they're handled fully. Bytes are fully, strings, arrays, and maps, they're all fully implemented. Then we have datetime ISO thingy. So fully implement CBOR tags. Okay. So we need to have this one. It's partially implemented, but I don't know if I have it properly done or not. I just need to start running tests back and forth to see what kind of data we're getting. Okay. And then we have tag none, which is good. Record ID is good. Table name is good. Simple. Oh, and look at that. And that's it? Really? Yeah, that's all we did. So we're going to add more of those. But other than that, we have the false, true, null working. This is just not used. And then we have, the thing I'm just not looking forward. So this will be, well, as a list item, implement float 16, properly handle float 32 encoding / decoding, because right now we're doing everything as float 64, I think, because I don't know if that really works. Read float 32, maybe it works, I don't know. I think writing always writes to 64, so I need to properly handle that. That hasn't been done yet. So that's with floats, and this is good. So then let's just take a peek at tags. I can close this right tab and bring the browser here, and we can just add the necessary ones to the list, okay? So, where's the menu? Let's go to CBOR protocol. And what? Tag 0 in progress. These are in progress. So tag 9 will be tag 9 UID as a string. Then it will be tag 10, which will be decimal string. How does it know? Tag 12, which will be date time compact. Right, so that's the one I received. 13 duration as a string. Tag 14, which will be duration compact. Tag 37, UID binary. There we go. Then we've got the tag 88, geometry point. So that will be again. And the thing is that this is tags that will be backed by serial value types. So there will be still plenty of code to be added. And I'm gonna turn those into actual issues, okay? And maybe just open up for the rest of the Hacktoberfest. If somebody want to implement those, go for it. So can I just copy those and kind of paste them here and hope that this is gonna work? Tag, line, polygon, multi-point, multi-line, multi-polygon, and geometry collection. There we go. These are the ones, but I know that there is more because they're not all here. So for that, we can just go to our SurrealDB.js, not our SurrealDB's implementation for it. And I believe we can just go to the code or something. Let's just see. So decoder, inner, blah, 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 case 4, case 5, we want case 6. So we go to decode the tagged. And where do we decode the tagged ones? Do we just go to tagged? No. Types. I don't think so. WebSocket, no. Surreal, no. Record ID, no. Where on earth was it supposed to be? Because tagged is one thing, and we need to go to the CBOR. Oh, there we go. There we go. And here we have all the tags that are specified. So 37 we have non 6. Yeah. Done, done, done. This one for some reason is not implemented, so I don't know. Interesting. 13, 14, 15. There we go. Tag 15, a future. And then we've got the additional one, which will be tag 49, which will be range. 50 will be bound included and bound excluded. I think I already put those somewhere in, didn't I? I'm just repeating my work. Constants? No. Surreal value. No, I didn't put them in here, so that's interesting. So yeah, they'll be added basically here at some point. Yeah. Because we don't have them all yet. All right. So at least I didn't duplicate my work. Now it's properly described. So we've got the geometry boards and collections, and that's pretty much it. Okay, so we still have tons of work to do. So I'll need to split into issues and just, go for it. So, okay. I'm really not looking forward to float 16th. For float 16, float 60, the 32 will be fine. Date times, decimals. That'll be interesting to figure out if there are already, like standard libraries or something for decimals or big numbers. Durations will be probably fun. Futures, I have no clue what it involves right now. We'll need to look at that. Ranges could be interesting. And UIDs, it's just a bunch of, I don't know. It's probably not gonna be that difficult, but at the same time, maybe even interesting to just look into how that works. But when this gets done, we'll be able to basically officially say, hey, CBOR is done, CBOR works, and have a release that uses CBOR and go on and attack the rest of the methods so that, we have a full package. Some live queries will be fun. Patch will be probably simple enough. It's just to cover a few of edge cases, and in GraphQL, it's gonna be just hey, send a text and get a response, and let people do whatever they want with it. And query raw, I don't think we're gonna be needing that. I don't know. We'll see. And that's pretty much it, right? This is gonna be. We kind of already are doing that, aren't we? Oh no, automatic marshalling of SurrealDB types to and from nym types. Yes, if we define a nym time like an object, it would automatically figure out how to compile it and whatnot. This would be probably a bunch of macros or something. I am not sure, because in theory could easily make it, like automatically basically code gen your marshalling stuff, right? So could be probably done pretty relatively easily, but I have no knowledge on the subject. Okay, so if that's the case, we still have 10 minutes. I don't think we're gonna do any actual coding. I'm gonna, push this thing here as a to-do. Okay. So basic CBOR to-do. Do I want to do that? Probably not. You know what? Let's unstage it. And let's just make the GitHub issues for that. And that's it. Okay. Set up next project MVP. What the hell? No. I'm going to here. We're gonna look for set status. Seriously, who needs social stuff on GitHub? Oh, I didn't know I'm gonna get something like that. I want my SurrealDB.nym. There we go. So let's create issues, bunch of issues, and what kind of labels do we have? Bug, documentation, duplicate, enhancement, all that stuff. Sure, I'm gonna leave it the way it is. So let's start creating issues. Okay. Let's start with CBOR. Okay, so that we know that this is for CBOR. And we're gonna do basically implement float 16. Float 16 encoding / decoding, right? Yeah, that's gonna be a tricky one. So basically, CBOR requires support for float 16, float 32, and float 64. We need to expect SurrealDB to send those values. Send float 16 values. Period. Okay. We need to be able to decode them and optionally encode them. Okay. I guess we could define our own float type, possibly, to some extent, just so it works, but at some time, I don't know. I guess decoding on its own will be enough because when we're sending, we can always just send float 32, float 64. Nobody will be using actual float 16s, I believe, unless you have just such a large number of data that you absolutely have to, but I don't think so. So let's just do that, and that'll be just one thing. Okay, can I do labeled? It will be enhancement, and let's just say, yeah, that's it. Do we have, what branch are we on? We are on a branch CBOR. Okay. So be fork of CBOR branch and merge to CBOR branch, not merge, and PR to, there we go. So this will be the thing that we're gonna copy a bunch of times. All right, so this will be submit the issue, and we're just gonna submit another one. Handle float 32 encoding and decoding. CBOR protocol requires it to. I mean, it's just whatever. This is good enough. Okay, enhancement, whatnot. There we go. Next issue. So be implement tag whatever. CBOR. Implement tag. And what is it? Tag what? Tag 8. No. Tag 0. That's what it is. Tag 0. Okay. So be fully implement tag 0. And we're just gonna say it's date time ISO 8601. And I guess we could add a link to this tag 0. And that already contains it. Yes. Beautiful. Sure. Let me just make it full screen. This way I can maybe say this. Open split view. There we go. It's gonna be a little bit easier to copy paste and do a bunch of stuff. Well, this one we can just full screen it, and yeah, it's this one, and there we go. Enhancement. Submit. Next issue, CBOR. And this will be the tag 9. Fully implement. Implement tag 9. UID. Whatever, just paste this thing here. What the hell is going on with those stupid clicks? Okay, and this will be UUID. This thingy. It's the link. I need to click here, copy. Ugh. So tedious. But hey, needs to be done. All right. That's it. That's it. CBOR implement tag. What is it? The tag 10 decimal string. Tag 10. Okay. Uh, oh, I just copied the whole thing and just changed the number, right? Yeah, that's it. Okay, that's got a little bit easier. Documentation, no. Enhancement, there we go. So we submit this one. The new issue. CBOR. Implement tag 12. So we put a number 12 here. Mark it as enhancement, and 12 is datetime represented by two-value array containing seconds and optionally nanoseconds. This could be also a good first issue, right? Because this is gonna be simpler because this is just numbers rather than weird string formats. Okay. Submit it. Then we're gonna have CBOR implement duration as a string. That's less fun. And that's number 13. Duration represented as a string format. Tag 14 is preferred and always sent back by serial. Okay. I see. So this is gonna be, yeah, this is gonna be fine. Enhancement and good first issue. Absolutely. All right. Next one. So we tag 14 duration compact. CBOR implement this thingy. Tag 14. Okay. Tag 14. Duration presented as two-value array containing optionally seconds, number, and optionally nanoseconds. Two-value array. Seconds, nanoseconds. An empty array will be considered a duration of 0. Okay. So this is very simple. Wow. Holy moly. This is dead simple. But that's good. That means we have less complex stuff to worry about. And that's always good. All right. New issue. CBOR. Implement. Tag 15. Future. Okay, so this is going to be tag 15. We don't have a link for that. Look at how SurrealDB.js implemented it. Period. Okay. Label, enhancement, and there we go. Create. And we just continue. So let's look at the issues. I think one is missing the CBOR in front of it. Okay, float 32 would be also a good first issue. All right. Something simple. Float 16 is difficult to pull off, in my opinion. UID a string, that could be a good first issue as well. I don't think it will be too difficult, to be honest. Decimal string, not good first issue because it makes basically a bunch of decisions, I presume. Number 10. Decimal represented in a string format. Yeah, because that means we need to already know how we're handling the large numbers. So it requires some more discussion. So let me just copy this thing. So maybe not. Maybe we're gonna copy this one. because the other ones are requiring the same thing. Of course, we need those in here. There we go. Something we've been missing. CBOR implement. You go away. Range. Okay. Tag 49 range. Enhancement. Submit new issue. And then it will be. So you know what? This tag actually I think is all together. So tags 49, comma 50, comma 51. Ranges. Okay. Let's just save it. And this is just one of them. There we go. And therefore, we can just go and start copying the proper one. Edit. There we go. Cancel, go back. I think future is missing the where's it? Edit here. There we go. So, new issue. CBOR implement. And what do we have here? UUID binary. Okay, this could be a good first issue as well. There we go. Oops. Now this one, we need to edit this thing because this is, hey, this tag is, what is the tag number? 37. I stopped updating them. Really? That's just 37. I didn't order it. Okay, 37. And 37 is here. And we have the reference here. Great. Update it. Okay. Again, I need this thing. New issue. CBOR. Implement. And this will be the geometry point number 88. So we just bunch of those. 88, two value array, blah, blah, blah. Mm-hmm. Okay. I don't know if it's a good issue. I have no idea how geometry is supposed to be stored, so whoever will look at it can figure it out, I'm sure. I'm sure it's not a big deal, right? Next one will be 89, which will be again CBOR implement, and this is gonna be tag 89. There we go, geometry line. Labels, enhancement, again, don't know if it's a good first issue. Next one. Can I just, you know what? Let me just select those and just prep them all. CBOR, implement this. So I can just copy paste and have all the titles ready. There we go. 90. Okay. Bam, 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 bam. Done. Next. 91. Multi-point. Bam, 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 bam. Next issue. Because this will be actually fun. I'll need to edit it. Submit it, and let's get the issues. Grab this one. Edit. Grab that. Now we can edit this one and paste it here, and this would be 92. Okay. Next one will be 93, I presume. Yeah. So we have just 2 left. 93. Bam. Just enhancement. Submit new issue. And last one will be 94. Bam. Collection. Bam. Okay. Bam. Bam. I think we're good with setting those up. So that took what? 15 minutes. Not too bad. I could have sped it up by another 5 if I haven't been writing this damn thing every time. Another thing is that for the float 16 encoding, I'm just gonna, for fun, add a help wanted on it, okay? Because, ew. I don't feel like working on that, so if somebody wants to help out and whatever, go ahead. This one is awful. Okay, so this is our CBOR, so let me check what I need to do to set it up for Oktoberfest, because I remember getting a bunch of emails like, hey, you can still submit your stuff for Oktoberfest and blah and blah. Not Oktoberfest, Hacktoberfest. What the hell am I saying? It's coming soon. Oktoberfest. Oktoberfest. Let's see if we're gonna get the current one. Yes. Register. Initiate. There we go. There we go. There we go. Yes, yes. Experience level. Add experienced. Code and non-code. Are you currently enrolled as a student? No. Which of the following best describes your role as primary employment? Oh, full stack. What country are you participating from? United States. Marketing opt-ins. Nope, nope, nope. Don't email me. Exactly. Accept terms, acknowledge the resources provided, understand the values. Yep. From Oktoberfest. If I submitted 2 or more pull merge requests, identified as spammy. Yep. How to participate with quality contribution. Yep. Accept digital terms of blah 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 blah. Yep. Okay. Well, they made nice animations. So this is my progress, but how do I submit my stuff for it? Participation. Everyone, blah, blah, blah. Participating. Contribute. What is open source? Oh. Maintainers, prepare a project. So, add the Hacktoberfest topic to your repository. Opt in to Hacktoberfest and indicate you're looking for contributions. Okay. So, first of all, we can close this one. And while we're here, we can open this split view. There we go. So, let's see. About and topics. I haven't had any topics. Interesting. Nim. Do we have Nim? Nim or Nimlang? Nim. SurrealDB. Okay. SQL. No SQL. Hacktoberfest. Hacktoberfest. And I'm gonna add one more, which will be database. Okay, that should be enough. Packages, not really, because they are not being published as packages here. So releases, deployments, not on the homepage. Okay, save. Okay, so that's the first. Apply the Hacktoberfest label to issues you want to contributors to help with your GitHub or GitLab projects. Okay, so we need to go here, labels, and create a new label. Hacktoberfest. Contributions are very welcome. And can I find some kind of orangey so that it looks Halloween-like, right? For October. There we go. Fall colors. Create a label. There we go. So now we can go here, and can I select all of them? Because these are all just new stuff, right? So this is perfect for Hacktoberfest. But now we're gonna click this, and hopefully all of them are going to get it. Wow, this is processing slowly. Oh, there we go. Beautiful. Perfect. So if that's the case, add contributing MD file with contribution guidelines to your repository. Oh, I don't like doing that. And choose issues that have well-defined scope and are self-contained. Yeah, I think they're okay. Adopt code. Be ready to review for. Okay, reject any spammy requests you receive by labeling them as spam. And any other invalid contributions by choosing them or labeling them as closing them or labeling them as invalid. Okay, so hopefully we won't need to create that label. Hopefully, we'll see. Okay, so now that this is here, so we need the contributing. Let's think. Cloud start new thing. Please write a simple contributing.md for my open source project on GitHub. Project name is SurrealDB.nym, and it's a SurrealDB database driver for the nym programming language. I think that would be good enough to get it started because they're all generic, right? Thank you for interest. We welcome contributors from the community to help improve the SurrealDB driver for nym. Getting started, fork the repository, clone your fork repository to a machine, blah, blah, blah. Ensure code follows nym style guide, write clear, concise, add update tests as necessary, update documentation if you're changing functionality. Submitting changes, push your changes to your fork on GitHub, submit a pull request to the main SurrealDB.nym repository, clearly describe your changes and their purpose in the full request description. Reporting issues. Great. In code of conduct, please know that this project is released with a contributor code of conduct by participating. Okay, so I like that. So let's just copy the contents. I'm gonna go here to not the new issue, no, to this one here. we can actually close this tab on the right? Yeah. And we can just hit dot. And we're just gonna make it on an main branch. I'm gonna add the contributing, and then we can pull it into the CBOR branch. So we just create a new file, contributing.md. Paste. Okay. This is gonna be that. Next, we can ask, great. Now please write the contributor code of conduct. Something simple and friendly. Also, how should I name that file? Code of conduct.md. All right. File code of conduct.md. All right. What just happened? It didn't work or something? That was strange. Auto blocked by content filtering policy. Seriously? Last one. Our standards. Code of conduct. Examples. So be GitHub repo code of conduct. Okay. That's, for example, Spring projects. Let's see if we can use this one. No, I would like something template slash code of conduct. Okay, our pledge. Free experience for everyone, regardless of age, body size, location, nationality, personal appearance. Yep, exactly. Our standards. Examples of behavior creating positive include welcoming, inclusive language, being respectful, gracefully, accepting constructive criticism, focusing on what's best for the community, showing empathy towards other community members. Examples of unacceptable behavior. Yep, trolling and all the stuff, public private harassment, publishing others' private information, other conduct which could reasonably be considered inappropriate in a professional setting. Nice. Project maintainers are responsible for clarifying the standards of acceptable behavior, all this stuff. I'm just gonna quickly run through that. Yeah, I like that. Scope. Yeah. Cool. Enforcement. Uh, email. This and that. An attribution from contributed covenant version 1.4 available at this and that. Perfect. Copy row file. We can paste it here and replace our email with xconti at xconti.tech, right? And that should be it. Adapted from there. There we go. Beautiful. I like it. It's simple. I don't like dealing with that stuff, but sometimes you have to. So we've got the code of conduct, we've got the contributing, and we can just say code of conduct, and that's gonna be the conduct.md. Beautiful. Great. So okay. So now let's just get back here. Should I? How should I reference this file in readme.md? So we're just contributing. We're welcome contributions. Interest in helping improve contributions, whether the bug report feature are contributing guidelines. Yeah, that's gonna be the link. Okay, great. So let's go again here. And our README, we have, whoa, what the hell? Tell what? Wow, that was quite an installation spelling. Usage example, it's still for the old stuff, so that's that. And contributing, welcome contributions. Contributing.md. There we go. Awesome. SurrealDB.nim. So I would probably just rename this SurrealDB.nim. Okay. Something like that. And we're gonna do the same thing here. Surreal and DB. There we go. And I keep doing Control S out of habit. And code of conduct. Contributor covenant code of conduct. This will be SurrealDB.nim code of conduct. Do we have some covenant? It's only here where it was adapted from. There we go. Okay, cool. That's good. So, let's close those and we can just go here and basically push all of those, right? This one, and that one. So we'll be include, I'll add contributing empty and code of conduct empty. All right. So commit and push. Can I do it to main? It's probably gonna be very unhappy, right? Let's try to push it. Wait, it just pushed it? Just like that? I don't have pushing blocked. Code. Oh, we've got contributing, code of conduct, everything. Good. That's awesome. And links work. There we go. Contributing, code of conduct. There we go. Okay. That's good. That's ready. So we can actually go in here and grab those changes. So readme, we don't need it here anymore. So discard those changes because we have everything tracked in issues. So that's cool. I can discard those changes, and what we can do is basically, hey, I'm gonna grab main from remote and bring it here. And suddenly we just got those 3 changes, right? There we go. Push it so they're on both branches because all those issues are for that specific branch. Okay, so I think that's it, right? So over time, hopefully, I will for sure be attacking those. I mean, next stream we'll probably start figuring out the date times because they both are really required, and probably bang out some of those because I know I'll be leaving the float 16 for later because I really don't want to work on that. This is just, ugh, I don't like working on bit logic and whatnot. Although I'll probably learn a lot doing that, so we'll see. So that's it for tonight. I really enjoyed it. We did a lot more than I expected that we're gonna do, so very happy. And hey, we can finally work with CBOR, and from now on it's just gonna be, hey, let's optimize it even more, let's optimize it even more. So I'm looking forward to it. I definitely want to make some benchmarks on how fast we can decode and code and what kind of fun optimizations we can do, because there's so much room. So thank you for watching. If you like the content, consider liking and subscribing on YouTube. Always helps. And also following on Twitch. And you can also join my Discord. And that's it. We'll see you on Monday, where we'll be doing some Unreal Engine stuff. Probably we'll continue with trying to generate some buildings and floors and viewing and all the other fancy stuff now that we have basics. So with that, again, thank you for watching and see you around.